Fuck.
The year we do the shit, fine. I've never been real passionate about the daylight savings thing. My position's always kind of been, let me know when I turn them forward. Let me know when I turn them back. I gotta change it on my car. I gotta change it on my stove. I gotta change it on my microwave. Everything else just does go back. So again, I don't really give a shit. Sam Show says because you don't have a job, dude. I gotta get up at 5:15 every morning. So yeah, it does. It does affect me. That's for sure. Let's go ahead and let's do a little bit of. I'm going to be very clear with the morning show audience. We have 20 minutes left in the show, and you're going to think this is insane. I don't feel comfortable going into tonight's evening show at $70. I don't know if they can hit that. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I want to leave. No, I'm not saying you guys got to knock it down all out. That's not fair. Get us inside of 50, and then I'll feel a little bit better about tonight. Thursdays, I don't give a shit. Oz is money. Oz is the man. You guys love Oz. You're so generous. I appreciate it. If you can't throw a couple of memberships our way or a couple of bucks our way, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We sure do appreciate your support. I hope. Here's what I hope. I hope you guys have really enjoyed our free shows all week. I hope you've liked them because I love doing them, and I hope you've enjoyed the show. And I have to say to our chat, I really like what you guys have been doing today. I really do. I like that you guys, like, whenever I go into the chat, everybody's just debating the shit that's been talked about on the show today. It's literally a show that's running parallel to the show. I love it. Keep arguing, keep debating, keep doing all of that stuff. Thank you very much. Get the membership, throw a couple of. Matter of fact, I don't think we've made any money on YouTube today. I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I think that's, you know, oh no, Shuli Madoff gave us $5, but I think that's it. I think we've made all of our money on Rumble today and a little bit on PayPal. So thank you guys very much for your contributions. Um, this next clip, I don't know how to feel about it because on one hand, Gene Simmons annoys the shit out of me. On the other hand, I don't want to shoot the messenger because I think he's right. The only problem is when people say what we're about to play Gene Simmons saying, they usually only mean one side. Viking with $2 says, you need to make steel toe merch. Oh my God. Thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate it, but we do have steel toe merch. Hold on. We're going to put the link in the chat. Viking, there you go. I'm going to pin that to the top of the YouTube page. I'm going to put it in the Rumble thing too. We absolutely do have merch on Streamlabs. Go check it out. I've got a big merch order I have to fill on Friday. A new VIP and a couple of VIPs claiming their annual gift. Thank you for mentioning that. And thank you for the $2. A bunch of you do that. I love the $2 drop-ins. Thank you. All right, so Gene Simmons was being interviewed about celebrities giving their opinion on politics. And I agree with him. I don't give a shit. Don't ruin your good movies. Don't ruin my opinion of you by saying dumb shit. Conservative. Like, I don't want to hear from Kelsey Grammer. I don't want to hear from Ben Stiller. I don't care what your opinion is. I don't want to hear from Chris Pratt. I don't want to hear from Robert Downey Jr. and Mark Ruffalo. You know? I don't want to hear from any of the Avengers. I don't think it's important. But I think a lot of people, when they say, you tell celebrities not to give their opinions, it's usually conservatives who mean that about liberals or liberals who mean that about conservatives. I think you got to be consistent. This is Gene, who is a Republican. He is a conservative, talking about Ben Stiller. Now, Ben Stiller, I don't think was unfair. He asked the White House not to use clips of Tropic Thunder in promoting the Iran war. If anything, that's a celebrity trying to stay non-political. And this has happened before. I mean, Theo Von has told the Trump administration not to use his shit for deporting Mexicans. So I don't think that Ben Stiller was being political at all. If anything, he was trying to keep his movies out of politics. But let's see what Gene has to say. I know right now Ben Stiller is calling out the president saying, I gotta ask, guys, what's the hair dye budget for old Gene? I'd learned from the Charlie Kirk killing.
This guy was sitting here feet away from Konstantin Kisin during his debate with Destiny. When you hear what he has to say, it is scary to think how this could have gone.
I was like fucking locked onto his eyes, and he kept like glancing down at me and then like breaking eye contact. Because I fucking hate the guy. I was just like, I wanted to kill him.
I stumbled upon this stream when I was just trying to research and understand the opposing view, and I was shocked by some of the things this guy was saying. Keep in mind, this guy was sitting in Konstantin's eye line.
And I think he got distracted by that. and didn't pay attention to a single thing.
What I think, yes, it is just talk, but there is something more disturbing beneath the surface here. He's openly talking about wanting to assassinate Constantine. This could have gone very differently. He even has a box cutter or X-Acto knife.
Jack should have done. JLBlades just fucking sprinted up onto the stage, slash Constantine in the fucking jugular.
But he wants to kill him. You can see the chat. They're all thinking the same thing, it seems. No one seems to be bothered by this because it has become so commonplace. He knows he can do this. YouTube's not going to do anything.
Done. Sorted. Prison forever on the one hand. Prison forever on the one hand. And then I should have gone. Then I should have gone. Woke jihad. Woke jihad. I should have gone the white race or something, hadn't I?
You could say, oh, okay, well, he just worded that poorly. It's just an expression, but he takes this much farther. Then he gets into, based on what happened to Charlie Kirk, this is what I have learned when it comes to how to kill conservatives.
No, I feel like my genuine psychopath thought that I've learned from the Charlie Kirk killing is if you are going to assassinate a political target, then try to reduce the gore as much as possible so people can't sympathize with the bastard who's getting it. So you'd have to go up with like a cape, like cover him in a cape and do it cleanly under there, you know, like an abattoir.
So he's literally openly talking about assassinating political targets here. So the question is, well, why? That's what I wanted to understand. That's why I take the time to even look at these streams.
It's all like dog whistling. We need to secure a future for the white people.
He makes it very clear. His belief is Constantine is a racist.
And all it is appealing or dog whistling to the stupidest voters, like the dumbest 10% of people who happen to be racist as well. Stick up for racism.
But then he talks about the real problem here is the weak white culture of the UK.
We simply don't have the white people stepping up and educating themselves in the right kinds of ways because of culture issues, I guess, because of the weak white culture.
He is the very thing he thinks he's fighting against. His entire analysis of Constantine's ideas are absolutely mischaracterized. He's not contending with them at all. And then he uses those ideas as justification.
Based on these fucking ideas, for me to vote for the Green candidate, you retard piece of shit, Constantine. I fuck like slap, mug, you mug.
Well, the thing, this provides us a window into this mentality.
How many signs do I have to show you to make you understand that that is your result? Fucking win. The weather here has been absolutely horrible and nuts. So what do I got to tell you? Shanny was in a mental facility, is in a mental facility. Her healthcare coordinator is useless. Let's just say that. She got her put in there just so she had a roof, and she's going nuts in there. So she called me yesterday saying, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of the situation. She's been in that place 2 fucking months straight. There was no way I was going to hang up on her and block the number. There's just no way I was going to do that. Why? Because I have a goddamn conscience. And I don't care who gets pissed off at me. I don't give a fuck. This is my life, not yours. And I'm not going to make horrible decisions and have bad character for you. You can fuck yourself. So this day shelter here in Scranton that I have been spending my days, Shanny's going to be coming.
Okay, that's actually kind of important because here in a minute Shanny appears, and she's talking to him like she had no idea that he was there. And it's like, y'all talked about this, and there was an understanding of where you were going to end up. She was coming straight to you, so why is she acting like she didn't know where to find him. I don't know. It feels very put on. It looks very, you know, like this was a planned, dramatic situation. So we'll see. But get your take on it.
And we were talking on the phone. Me and her are meant for each other. We just are. We jive so perfectly together. It was so good to hear her voice. Because Ezzy is active. I was putting everything into the communication, sending her gifs of, I love you, honey, all this in the morning, and was barely in communication with her. Like, yeah, she'd say, oh, I love you, blah, 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 blah. It's Ezzy. She barely ever talked to me on the phone. I was putting everything into it, and she was giving me 2%. So, big announcement. Shanny for Christ and Revelation News are back together. Howdy, folks. Home with it.
So the very next video pops up, and he's apologizing to Ezzy, who was the catfish chick, right? Let me see. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the like extra long one. But this is right before Shanny shows up. But I have a question, and I'm curious. So this was the first post that we got from him a couple days ago, and it says, I saw this AI image on Phil's lobotomy and immediately wanted to cry because I'm actually going through this right now. In real life, 2 nights ago, I slept in a kitty tent with another man in the freezing cold with it pouring rain. It was one of the scariest experiences of my life. Now he comes on and he explains to us that it's some dude that he went to high school with that's like a couple of years under him in school. So that's interesting and wild enough. But he says, I pray in Jesus' name that Shanny is not going through this. I pray that she's gotten into a good group home or some other good situation. I would never want this picture to become a reality. I've reached out to Shanny's care coordinator to get an update on her. I'll share it here if I'm allowed to. God bless you all. And then out of nowhere, here we get this picture from Shanny. And she says, first night out, I haven't slept, and I'm half frozen because I was released too late in the day. Spelled wrong. Slept outside. Thanks, Tower. And then, of course, Cash App and Venmo in case you want to send some money. And then at the same time, on Jason's page, he comes out and says, here's his Venmo. Hey, guys, I have some serious needs right now. Can you help me out in my Venmo if possible? I'll see you soon. God bless. Love. So it was like a coordinated effort to, get the grift going. And then I noticed this and from Drader, and he says, the question is, where does that $3,000 check come in Jason had? So Jason was Shanny's caretaker. They had set it up to where, and Jason's admitted all of this, that she basically had to sell to the adult protective services that she was disabled and just couldn't walk and couldn't do for herself, and she needed a caretaker. So that they would hire him, or I don't know how that works, I guess hire him, but assign him as her caretaker, and he would be paid. So this $3,000 check that Drader is talking about is from like the last pay plan or the last payment that should have gone to Jason before Shanny went into the hospital. So I don't know a whole lot about that. I don't know when he got his check or anything like that. So I can't verify any of that. But that's what he's talking about with the $3,000. And he said, "Are you telling me that he would stay on the streets with that check?" I'm thinking Shanny's been out for a while and they've been staying in a motel for over a month. It's kind of funny how they both put out a begging post at the typical time it is when you need to check out of a motel the other day. Now that they ran out of money and can't stay in a motel anymore, Shanny all of a sudden is in the hospital. Just my opinion. Tell me what you guys think. So, let me make sure. So he comes out. Oh, mute. I don't need all this. I'm with back. Well, he's just undressing. All right, we'll start it anyway.
Extravaganza.
That's too
Some people, well, I don't see it. I didn't see it. But a new fan of mine, a guy named Rich down here, one of the coolest fuckers I've ever met in my life. He's a real life vampire. Don't ask me. Like, I'm not going to violate people's fucking confidence and the shit they tell me. If he tells me I could tell some of his story and shit, then I'll tell you. But he's actually from the village. Resident Evil Village, and Lady Deniscu and that shit, you know. His family goes back to the village, and people that know. Just a little note about my content. I really apologize for that last video because I was I was watching it. I can't use those headphones, those black headphones, the JVCs. God, they're good headphones. They are so good. They were $20 at Target or whatever, or Best Buy. I can't remember. But the bass, I guess, makes it such. Can I do this? Let's see this. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Look at this. Now we're cooking with gas, folks. So those JVCs, they're one of the best headphones I've ever had, you know. But I guess the bass is such on them that when the wind is heavy, it's just low. Like a lot of the audio was just done, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize it was going to come out that way. So apologies on that. I hope you got some of what I said. I was in there at the place I stay. Fuck it, I want to start telling you things. Like I want you to know where I'm at. I do. I was with Ezzy, and she wanted me to get rid of everything. You know, she wanted me to get rid of Facebook, get rid of the YouTube, all of it. You know, that's why I put it private. My channel. What do you call it? Hid the channel. That's why I did it. You know, if you say fuck you to someone, you should do it with some color. Anyway, so I got a little message for Ezzy. I want to say to her publicly, actually, that I want you to know that everything that I told you I felt, I legitimately felt for you. And I still do. But the fact of the matter is I'm not going to be a scumbag with you. Man, it's hot. And the hair's coming in like that. Hair's coming in, folks. It's going to take a while to actually have hair. I'm going to take off my Joe Pesci jacket. Hey, Mom. Shut the fuck up, you're an idiot. You know, I'm so close to this shit. I took off the rosary. Because it's not, why the hell am I wearing a rosary anyway? That doesn't make any sense for me to wear a rosary. Why? Well, that guy that talked to me in the suit made me understand it. He's like, do you understand the power of prayer? I said, of course I do.
Shall I call you?
devastator. Travis looks to have recovered a little bit here. There's a nice leg kick. He's got vicious kicks too, Joe. He certainly does. Whips into it. A lot of movement by Arlovsky. Just a little slip there. And they want more movement from Travis Brown. Andre putting together combinations again. Arlovsky, ultra aggressive here in round one. Just barely missed that right hand over the top. And this may be what we're talking about, Mike, that they're just so used to. Just again. Looking to finish this in big trouble. Andre Arlovsky wants to pour it on one more time. Travis heard this over and over. Mark Smith right on top of the action. Oh, my goodness! Big shot from Travis. Arlovsky picks him up. Wow! What a fight! Unbelievable! Arlovsky, Travis is hurt. They are on their feet. Again with a combination. Elbow. Steps away. Looks for the kick. Caught with the left hand. Travis is so wobbly he can barely stand up. Andre with the uppercut.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable performance by Andre Arlovsky. I think we have a new favorite fight of all time. Oh my God! Wow! Wow! What a fight! And we should talk about something that we weren't even going to mention. Andre Arlovsky almost didn't fight tonight. He pulled his calf muscle earlier in the week, and they were really concerned that he wasn't going to be able to fight tonight. What a win! Incredible! Mike Winkle, John, Greg Jackson, Fight Replay Joe, brought to you by Bud Light, the perfect beer.
Fuck.
The entire first round was the move of the fight. It was just chaos. Wow. I mean, look at these combinations here. Arlovsky chasing after Travis Brown. This is early in the round. Look at this right hand. Boom! Crumbles Travis Brown. Left hand. And here's the back fist. Beautiful utilization of that back fist, Mike. A couple of times. Yes, a couple of times took advantage of those openings where you can't land any other punch. And there he got tagged on the button. And looked to be in all sorts of trouble. Covering up, but recovered. Got back up to his feet. And then boom, look at that uppercut. Boom, look at that straight right. And that was enough. Unbelievable. What a performance by Andre Arlovsky. It's 230 something, 238. Huge victory for Junior Dos Santos. We said at the beginning of the fight, Mike, what a gigantic opportunity this would be. But man, unbelievable. I looked down at the piece of paper to see his exact weight. And I caught it in the corner of my eye, that punch. Let's look at that again. Man. It's an uppercut. Oh. And did you see Verdun? He was leaning down, almost maybe. Look at it. Look, he went into it, Mike. Yep, watch this. Oh. Oh, man. Wow. Our fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. The difference is drinkability. And the difference in this one is one huge uppercut. We're talking about a guy who was probably the #1 contender outside of Brock Lesnar. Look at this. Oh, look at his ears wiggle. I mean, full guard. He dropped down to full guard.
And also, you know, a guy in over who does have submission skills, doesn't have a Minotauro guard. It's not like that dangerous from his back.
Right.
Unload, see if you can get him out of there.
Right. He's not gonna probably not gonna throw a triangles. But there's a big shot by Kurt. Oh, and another one. Oh, that's it. Huge. That's it. Curtis Razor Blades. That's what we were looking for. That's what we were looking for. Big stoppage victory for Curtis Blades. I mean, that is crazy. He opened him up like a can of tuna.
It looked like a bomb went off between his eyes with that last shot. That was amazing. Let's get to the over the flop. Sponsored
What we were asking for.
by Metro PCS. Get knockout coverage of the UFC on a network that covers 99% of people in the U.S.
That was crazy. Here's the knee, and here's Curtis teeing off on him, but he realizes, look, I'm just going to take this guy down now, and here's the end. Gets off top, boom! Hurts him, boom again, boom! 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 And Big Dan, at this point, he'd seen enough. Alistair, not responsive, not defending himself. Huge shots and a huge win for Curtis Blades.
Blades coming up. Just running clock there. Oh, now an elbow from Prohaska. Oh, my goodness. Columbus the ground.
Oh, spinning elbow.
2 minutes. Here in Prohaska's face. Oh, that'll do it. Jerry Prohaska. Rally to knockout Rancher Jr.
He created
Exactly
chaos.
what we said earlier.
Exactly.
When it looked pretty, Khalil was winning. But when he made it nasty, nobody can fight here when it's nasty.
Unbelievable.
Wow, flatlined him.
He created chaos.
His brother's examiner said that he broke his hyoid bone, and the hyoid bone is not usually broken in hangings, only in strangulations. Actually, it is broken in hangings, particularly for older people.
Broken in 3 places.
Yeah, and that's like,
and it's low on his neck.
yeah, and that happens.
Also, the lady who was the guard deposited money into her
I
account.
saw that,
And-
but that doesn't. What does that mean?
Okay.
I
Well,
mean, in other words,
she
there's some
also
money.
Googled his name before he
She's got
died.
all that's totally.
Okay.
It's like, let me
Okay,
Scooby Doo.
why are you dismissing? I don't understand why you're dismissing this. Because if you're
I'm
gonna
not dismissing it. I'm
but
saying.
well, hold on, you are.
But Epstein tried to kill himself. I don't think there's any doubt about that, right?
I don't know if there's. I've never seen him say it, but I do know that he said that guy tried to kill him, and they found him unresponsive 18 days before. He said that guy tried to kill him.
And couldn't he have
that
lied about
guy
that?
was trying to get money.
Couldn't he have lied about that?
All right, so it looks like Joe Rogan finally realized he actually can push back against his guests. You know, for a while it felt like he was on cruise control, and when he was asked about his Cash Patel episode, he just said, "What am I going to do? Push back?" But recently, he hasn't shied away from arguing with his guests, which makes his podcast so much better. Like, some of the best episodes were some of the most contentious ones. So there is still a little bit of hope for Joe, especially because now he's also really starting to question Trump's decisions, like attacking Iran. He definitely isn't happy about that. In the beginning of this episode, he was talking about it with his guest, Michael Schellenberger, who was trying to convince Joe that Israel's influence had nothing to do with Trump striking Iran, which is wild. Like the gaslighting is off the charts here. I mean, we have senators saying Israel made us do it. Marco Rubio basically said Israel got us involved. Trump said Jared Kushner, who's really close to Netanyahu, told him to attack. But Michael Schellenberger thinks Netanyahu doesn't have any influence on Trump. It's incredible.
But I think Trump is in charge. Like he's making decisions. There's nobody behind him. There's no point for all of that. The Russians or whoever, or these now the Israelis. It's just he's clearly. I mean, Elon gave him $250 million, and he still he didn't give him even the electric car credit. Like Trump is in charge. Like I think that's one of the big lessons from this.
Which just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
Well, but he said he's against endless wars.
Well,
He's running against endless wars.
They're all endless.
Well,
Did you ever hear Rumsfeld talk about Iraq when it first happened?
Tell me.
They were talking about like 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Oh yeah, and this guy was just getting cooked in the comments. All the top comments are like 5 minutes in, it's clearly apparent who this person's handler is. Is this guy on Netanyahu's payroll? It's gotten to a point where I don't even trust anyone that comes on here. And I used to trust this guy, but now he sounds like Cash Patel. And maybe they should send someone whose last name doesn't end in Burger or Stein to tell us Trump's making decisions on his own. So nobody was buying this BS. And Joe wasn't either. He started pressing him a little. And at one point, Michael says, well, they don't have anything on Trump, which is kind of a weird thing to randomly say. And Joe's like, well, how do you know that? So even Joe seems to think that Israel possibly has blackmail on Trump. And Michael says this stuff like it's an absolute fact that Israel isn't influencing him and there's no dirt on him, which kind of makes it seem like there are people that told him this or there are people that wanted to say this. But Joe is not going along with it. And he even communicates with Trump and has been trying to give him the benefit of the doubt in most situations. But with this, he is not on board.
Trump's doing what he wants to do, and we should.
Do you really think it's that simple? Trump's doing what he wants to do. That's
Yes.
it?
Yes.
You don't think people are influencing him? Because there's a lot of war hawks around him, right? There's a lot of people that want
Yeah,
this and
Tucker
have
was in
for a
there,
long
right?
time.
I mean, Netanyahu was in there, but then Tucker was in there.
I think I did.
But do you think
He's
that
a case against it.
Tucker has the kind of influence that Netanyahu has?
Well, I mean, I guess if you just base it on the outcome, then the answer is no.
No.
But that's what I'm saying. I just think he listens to everybody, but I just don't think it's Russians aren't behind him. Israelis. I mean, Trump is. Look what he's been through. I mean, he's got where he is. There's no way he's gonna. They don't have anything on him. That's
How
why
do you know that?
I don't think they have anything on him.
But how do you know that?
Well, they could, but I'm not. We don't see any evidence for it.
Well, you wouldn't see any evidence till it broke out.
Sure.
They released it.
Yeah, and well, we'll get. I'm sure we'll get into Epstein, but I mean, I just think when you don't have evidence of something, then you can't assume that it's happening. I haven't seen any evidence. I've seen evidence that Trump is fully independent. With particularly this case of Elon, surprised me. I would have thought at a minimum you give your largest campaign contributor the one thing he wants.
So Trump might have to give Joe a call and get him in line. Or maybe Trump can make another Truth Social post about Joe. That would be hilarious. So shit really hit the fan towards the end of the episode when they started talking about Epstein. This guy, it seemed like, was trying to do damage control over it, and Joe was not having it. He was getting really frustrated with him because he was trying to downplay like every aspect of it. Epstein's death, the files, his ties to intelligence, and how much the people who still hung around him after he's first arrested knew about him. And he compared this to the Me Too movement, and he said he's disappointed about all the innocent people who are getting caught up in this.
Description where he was talking to this woman, where she said, "I'm doing investigating a story about an island where they bring children for sex," and he goes, "She almost had a heart attack when I told her that person is me."
Well, he was talking about the rumors and gossip
Yes.
about him, but he wasn't saying that he's bringing children to his island for sex.
But that is what he said. But if you look at the
No, he
text,
said they're talking about me.
no. She said, "I'm doing a story on a guy who brings children to his island for sex," and he says, "She almost had a heart attack when I told her that person is me."
The person that my
You're being
interpretation-
charitable.
I'm not. Well,
But you're being charitable because that's not what the text says.
look, let's back up to the adult.
But wait a minute. Why would you
Well,
dismiss
we can
that?
pull it up and look at it. I just think, I think what we see from the files, and I think Mike Benz has sort of pointed out the ways in which Epstein might have been a contractor or a financier or somebody hiding money for the intelligence community. Beyond that, I don't see any evidence that he was doing much
much for the intelligence community, if at all.
But you're only getting emails, and only half of the email. Why would you redact the name of the person who sent you a torture
And
video
that's
if you're
the-
not trying to protect a powerful person?
Yeah, that's the Sultan. Is that right?
Okay, but that was someone had to
Yeah.
just figure that out.
I mean,
Like,
look, the
but
redactions are sloppy.
That's evidence that you're trying to protect a powerful person.
Well, but they didn't though in a lot of cases.
But they did right there.
Yeah, I mean the redactions they were making them. I mean it was like
But
my
they
understanding
redacted
is
a
that
lot
there
of
was
powerful people's names.
yeah, but I mean look at like we're in the midst. I mean literally the people that are being canceled for this, like Peter Attia, these people are like victims of we're in the middle of a complete moral panic. I mean we're now it's like Me Too version 2. I mean, people are having to leave boards. I mean,
Okay, but a lot of these people were hanging out with them and doing business with them after he was arrested. So this is all
Okay, so
post
then
2008. It was very public.
Okay, so then what is our view of people that do the crime and serve the time? I mean, the left view has been that
Stop right there. He
Yeah.
didn't serve any time. Do
he
you know?
served a year.
Okay, he did not go to jail for a year. You know, he did house arrest.
Yes.
It was a very sweetheart deal.
And Joe didn't bring this up, but he should have mentioned how he turned down a meeting with Epstein because of his first arrest. You know, like a podcaster realized Epstein was sketchy as hell, didn't want anything to do with him, but all these billionaire businessmen and politicians were gladly meeting with him, and they definitely knew about his first arrest. But then, of course, once Epstein got busted again, then they had to lie about their connection to him and downplay it. Like Joe's buddy Elon Musk, who was trying to get to the island. I mean, if Michael really wanted to make Joe uncomfortable and win this argument, he should have brought up Elon, because then Joe would probably have to make some excuse for him. And also, Peter Thiel lied about his connection to Epstein to Rogan. You know, he initially said he was just getting tax advice and he didn't really know Epstein, but they're communicating quite a bit, and he took an investment from Epstein, which is weird. You know, somebody who's already worth billions of dollars needs $40 million from a sex offender. That's kind of strange. Like, you'd think if you're at that level, why would you want to associate with someone like that? So hopefully when Rogan has on Elon again, he asks him about Epstein, because what did Elon think those parties were like? Obviously, he heard that Epstein threw wild parties if he was asking about them.
I have a
I
wild
doubt Joe
party.
pushed back this much against Elon. It seems like he only argues with people who aren't as important. I mean, Joe loves being friends with Elon, and obviously he's the richest man, so I don't think he'd want to burn that bridge. So also Joe and Michael, they started arguing about Epstein's death.
And even this last few days, there's some new things that people point to, but they actually are not actually evidence of it. They said, you know, Epstein's brother's examiner said that that he broke his hyoid bone, and the hyoid bone is not usually broken in hangings, only in strangulations. Actually, it is broken in hangings, particularly for older people.
Broken in 3 places.
Yeah, and that that's like,
and it's low on his neck.
yeah, and that happens.
Also, the lady who was the guard deposited money into her
I
account.
saw that,
And
but that doesn't. What does that mean?
Okay.
I mean, in other words,
she also Googled his name before he died.
all that's totally
Okay, but
It's like, let me see
okay,
what you do.
why are you dismissing? I don't understand why you're dismissing this. Because if you're
I'm
gonna
not dismissing it. I'm
but
saying,
hold on, you are. But hold on, you are, because like, if you do have a guard, and all of a sudden this guard acquires several payments, she made several deposits. One of them was $5,000 just 10 days before he died, and then the cameras are cut. Okay, and then they mysteriously don't pay attention to the cell of one of the most important defendants of any case, any gigantic public case involving.
okay, so then we agree we don't know.
Yes, but you're dismissing
I'm
these
not
major
dismissing it.
factors of him
I'm
being
not
in
dismissing
a
it.
cell with a contract killer, him saying 18 days before the guy tried to kill him, then finding him unresponsive, that someone tried to strangle him 18 days before.
Yeah, but I mean, there's just this. You can make a case either way. Is my point. You can make the case that he was murdered.
You
You make the case that
certainly
he was
can, but
suicide.
at a certain point in time, when enough circumstantial evidence is fucking weird, like the cameras being down, the guards being asleep.
But the cameras were down. I think I don't want to. Don't quote me on exactly, but they weren't down like that day before or something. They were down for a while before, and the security guards fall asleep all the time.
Epstein told officers that Taglione, cellmate, had tried to kill him and that had been harassing him. Taglione claimed he had been asleep and woke up to see Epstein with a string around his neck. Right. Does that make fucking sense?
Well, yeah, actually, but Joe, just to so
he says
you,
the
if
guy
you want to
tried to
yeah.
kill him.
And if Epstein, but so, and the result of this is that Epstein doesn't have a cellmate, right? So Epstein doesn't want to have a. If you want to kill yourself, you don't want a cellmate. So
If
you
you
can
want
the same
a guy
you
to
can
go
interpret the
back,
same amount of
if
facts.
you want a guy
got a guy to go back and finish the job. You shut the cameras off and you open the cell and you let this guy kill him.
But they
And
shut
that's
the
why
cameras off when they shut the cameras off, though.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does
There's
matter.
no.
No person. But she sends me a picture of some chick from Facebook. And I'm pretty sure that that Jack's chick that's on Instagram, I think that's a different chick from the one I'm talking about. I don't know,
His
man.
food, man.
I'll have to research this girl. She's from Ohio, apparently. That's what's on her.
I'm sure that's true,
She's from
right?
Ohio. Cleveland, I think, Ohio.
Like, you've got to be reasonable. You've got to say, this was a lie, that was a lie. So the chances of this, and this also being true are kind of slim, right? Like, but then again, he's with
Well,
Shannon.
yeah, but what put me on to that was not the person I was talking to.
Not a very bright person.
Or is that just a guy wearing a deep V? I don't know. But that look, I don't. God, the homeless are getting weirder every year.
To a standoff with the city, which alleged to be operating a non-permitted soup kitchen.
Hey, funny, you're running a soup kitchen, you're doing a wonderful thing, you're doing a nice thing for people. That thing comes up to get its food, you put the tray up there, and just, like, you don't mean to be mean, but instinctively you just go, oh, ew. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. I was thinking about something else.
In 2014, they decided to rezone the power line. And they told me, flaciously, that you have to stop feeding, you're not fitting into the zoning.
So wait, they rezoned everything. You were running a soup kitchen. You were feeding homeless people. But because they decided to pull a rezoning out of their ass, now you have to stop? Yeah, no, sorry.
Yet feeding the homeless, offering them showers, and giving spiritual guidance. There's a price to that.
Long and short of this is the case, we are suing them to stop the harassment because it's over 500,000. It's $125 a day since 2014.
Holy shit.
To a lien on our building.
He already took the city.
I fucking dare them. I mean, I dare them. And what's... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Father, as a fellow Catholic, I implore you, what the shit is this? We got to do something about Vatican II. We went soft. What is going on here, Padre? I'm going to tell Leo on you. I'm telling Leo. By the way, approval ratings came out of all public figures in the United States. Trump, everybody else. Pope Leo with the highest approval rating. Nice. 57%. How sad is it that we're so polarized that 57% is the highest American approval rating of any official? He's got a 94% approval rating amongst Catholics. I like Pope Leo, but I'm also biased because he's American.
He's in court in January, but Oakland Park's attorney successfully got the case tossed because of a missed deadline.
Currently homeless.
Yeah,
I sleep outside.
Jeremiah Williams is unhoused. He's been coming here for the past few months.
I love how the homeless people will use the term homeless. Homeless people go, yeah, I'm fucking homeless right now. But the news will be like, he's currently unhoused. He's experiencing housing insecurity. And even the bums are like, no, we're homeless.
As he works to get a license to drive a semi.
I've come here to take showers. I've come here to eat breakfast and lunch. I use my SNAP card to go purchase other items. I go to the park. I exercise there.
By the way, I want to point something out. You think that illegal immigration or immigration in general doesn't have an impact? This guy's getting his CDL. This guy's getting his trucker's license. Meanwhile, illegal immigrants and even legal immigrants are getting pushed to the front of the line. They're getting CDLs. They're getting licenses to drive 18 wheelers. And this guy's fucking homeless and he wants to work.
And I even come to mass here.
He depends on the health to give him a hand up.
I don't know any other church or any other pastor that will help us the way that he has.
So Christ was very clear about us helping his people, and it doesn't matter what stage of life or who you are. Everybody's just a child of God. Point blank, right?
Father Bob plans to continue his mission to give food to the hungry as he prepares to head back to court for round 2.
Pray for us. Help us win this trial. Amen.
So he's 500 grand in the hole. They put a lien on the church. Gavin Newsom wants to run for president. Do you really want this story to be brought up in a debate? Do you really think that during the debate you're going to be able to go, "Oh, no, there's some intricacies to the case that the rest of you really don't understand. This is you guys don't. It's fine. It's actually totally great that we're shutting down this Catholic church for feeding homeless people. You might want to step in and stop this, dude. I'm sorry." Some Sofer says it's probably because of all the regulations. Yes. Larry Schulte says this is about a Christian entity feeding the homeless. Yeah, they want to shut him down. They want to shut him down. Papa Shop says, Father Lindsey Graham, that you're gay. Look, I picked up on the unfortunate list as well. I'm not going to cast aspersions on the father. All right, guys, thank you very much. You banged out tonight for that evening show. They can't complain about you guys. Thank you very much, Trucker 18 Wheeler. Everyone else, thank Trucker 18 Wheeler. He's the reason we went till 11 today. I'll be back tonight at 6 p.m. And then it's Oz and I tomorrow morning. The show starts at 6. Our clips have been doing very well lately. Go check them out. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And we will see you again very, very soon. Oh, we got to raid somebody. No, we got to raid somebody. We got to do a raid. Let's go raid a channel smaller than us. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. Everybody's probably gone by. I'm talking to nobody because I told everybody we out this bitch. Yeah, they're dropping like flies. All right. Who's underneath us? Ron Gibson? That's the InfoWars thing. Real Country Music Radio, Lo-Fi Hip Hop, Freedom Come Ministries, Bet US. How about AM Wake Up? Let's go AM Wake Up. Let's do this.
Bunch of them.
I don't know anything about these guys, but let's raid them. We're going to do a raid here at the end of the show. Sorry that we're not raiding your channel with very much. I told everybody I was leaving. We're going to go to AM Wake Up. Yeah, Honeybee's photo.
More, and then I will go on the break, on spring break with my kids. If you want to rewatch our streams, you can do that on Twitch or on Kick, because many of them, I'm deleting all of them on YouTube. find yourself completely immersed. The first stage is especially important. You engage in a new world and catch its unique flow. You must discard your own self-doubts regarding your strengths and abilities, and you will obsess over the fear of the unknown. Observe and analyze, act rationally and without emotion. Feel how everything obeys you. And now, this is your world. Cherish your time in it. GG. Have a good game. Witajcie, Cieko. No привіт. Дякую, все добре. Best fucker streamer at the moment, for sure. Sauce. Thank you, bro. I think that I'm best. But I would like to say that. You know what's interesting? Like, people asking, like, for example, when you will play normal table? I answer on that a question, but they never answer on my questions. And that's very. That's annoying, honestly. I mean, like, that's unfair. Like, people putting questions to me, to streamer, and like I'm answering on them, and almost never they answer on my questions. Why? So, like, you, like, this is a very huge demotivation factor to answer on all questions. Like, and I also can, like, ignore questions and just, like, do what I do. Think about that. Because, like, you put a question, you get an answer, then I'm asking you, zero reaction. Just send message on Instagram to you, and I'm here on time. Don't want to miss any content numbers too. Thank you, bro. We had a great run where I double up here in 2100s with Wows versus Blood. Last night I watched the finals of 525 Mr. Bounty. It's crazy. The one player won 780k. Yeah, that's crazy. That's fantastic tournament. What are we gonna do? Alright. We're just gonna 3-bet that. And bet small. What we do is this is the. I don't play users too often, so like for me that's always tough to choose. Good luck, thank you. Early stream? No, I think that's just default timings. I mean, вітаю, привіт, Ірин. Знов ти. Як бачиш. Та чому має спокій, я сьогодні спав добре. Дякую, дружку. Нічого, ще кілька днів залишилось. Потім вже не буду вам набриданим. Six, 7. Ooh. So cool. Somebody cup. Привіт, Артеме, дякую. Have you ever participated in any major live poker tournaments in the wilderness? Yes, or I played in the Bahamas and I played in Vegas for many times. I even reached some Irish final table last year in 26K in the Bahamas. I was pretty deep in the WSOP main event, but I never played them seriously. I just played them time to time. But yeah, I participated. I have.
Let's get a double up. Joey C. 3 big blinds. What caller? Richard M. Call. Let's go raise Joey C from King High. That should be good.
I'm not a huge fan of them. I
18.
mean, like, I'm playing them for fun, but I'm not a huge fan. I
Raise.
can play for 2 weeks, but. And when I was younger, I played more. I draw more. Now I don't want to travel, especially nowadays. All right. Jack Johnson. Call.
What do you got?
9. Change a lot. We pick up so many straight draws. Is there any wild buster? No, I don't think so.
Well, let's pick up.
Wow. We should do something. Thank you before, but we should do something with that. Shy. It is a wild, I don't remember. But I think his range is bleeding. Yeah. Also, I played two Tritons, one of them in Vietnam, one of them in Cyprus, but I played only short deck, 6+ Hold'em. That's actually the game which I played for many years, and I never played tournaments, Texas Hold'em, seriously. Yeah, the god of online poker. No, bro. I'm just guy who loves poker. 6-5. I think we can three-bet or call, and the reason why I'm calling because of big blind and because of action against that guy. I passed him right once on this tournament. So like there are two arguments for call, but it could be a three-bet as well. Three-bet. Call. I don't have leads down. I mean, just zero leads, right? Hmm. 7. No chop. Yeah, like on the one hand, it looks like he has a lot of air sacks, and that's true. But on the other hand, what he's doing with Queen Jack or King Queen or 10-9. The question is how often he bites on the flop. That's the question. So, like, in general, he shouldn't bet many ace eggs on the flop, but who knows? I think we are indifferent here. Pretty indifferent. Mm. Yeah, I have many better hands, but like, what he's doing with 10-9. Wow, he checks back. And he opened race 6-4. Wow. Now we change our strategy versus his. Yeah. Good luck, bro. Oh, I thought he's professional guy, like, and he looks like professional guy, like, but what the fuck? He's on tilt. Yeah. Yeah, it happens with everyone. That's a huge tilt, bro. I don't know why, but that's the fact, right? See, I was thinking about three button, but now, yeah, my first thought was better, right? But he checks back with flash, baby flash. Yeah. Can you show cash game? I don't want to play it. Well, would know that I would see something like that, and if I call, I would be very happy to put like 8 extra pigs to see that. Would you explain how do you choose? It depends on stack sizes in all positions. But it doesn't matter. You can play. What are you doing, brother? Like, I mean, why? There is no theoretical reasons for that. I really enjoy online poker because it doesn't cost too much, but unfortunately, online poker is illegal in Vietnam. Wow, I didn't know that. No. So, yeah, that's cute, bro. We can three bet or call. Uh, I was thinking about calling, but I will three bet because that guy gonna go crazy if I call. So, I mean, the chance that he will go crazy would be higher. Because, like, we assume that he is on tilt, even if he is not recognized at tilt, but, like, with that play on 6-7 and with that open raise with 6-4, we can say for 100% that he's on tilt. I don't think that this is part of his strategy, right? This is 3-bet pot. King 8, it is a raise. I'm raising so much. You guys saw that. But what can I do? Yeah, it could be checked with some frequency. No leads. What is going on? Oh, it's possible. What is that? That's like there is zero bluffs there, right? On the river. He has no bluffs in his range. Because he would bluff every single turn. Alright, we can buy that. Maybe somehow we can beat a 9, I don't know. As you can see, there is a zero bluffs in the river. I mean, he would never have an in his range at all. This is small blind versus hijack and big blind. And this is Kada versus small blind and a big blind. So we're gonna call here and check that. I'm a raiser here. Here I defend the small blind. I can try. What is big one? Yes. Ти низько, у тебе є якісь курси записані по грі? Ні, друже. Твої чарти, може, то що? У мене немає ніяких чартів, друже. Якісь матеріали до навчання. Ну це було так багато років тому, це було 17 років тому, коли я починав навчання. А зараз мені, будь-яке питання, яке в мене виникає, я можу повернутися до цього після сесії за допомогою JLBlades. Мені нічого не потрібно. Та нікому нічого не потрібно, насправді. Тим паче чарти. My wife says me and you are same player, but Dennis is always winning and me always lose. Why? That's not true. I don't know. About you, but definitely I'm not always winning. Actually, this month I'm just like breaking even, and I can lose like 15,000 today, and I lost like 30 or 20k last Sunday. Sunday before I lost 30k. So that's just like what you want to see. You see what you want to see, right? But like February 11, now we have like months ago. 1 month ago, I had 44,000 more. See, 1 month ago. Limpo Chekhov. Big bad Viva. I hope he's falling random 7x. Very good fall for my hand, so I have open-handed plus run the flush draw plus overcard.
Got spade. Fuck. I was gonna fold too.
Привіт, Арнери. Думав, ти відпустив. Ми їдемо наче в неділю. Wow! Hey, jumps. That's bad. But that's fine. Now he's here. Interesting. Check 10 or check 10? Which hand is better? Alright, definitely not that check 10. This is GG Poker, bro. Yeah, a little bad. Interesting, like, for example, if he has Queen 3 or Diamond, what sizing we have to use? Yeah. They could be going for something bigger, right? Yeah, we can go for a bigger one. Like this. We want to put max pressure on like Queen High Fajra. Of course, we want to eat the flush. Ah, but that doesn't matter. Hi Dennis, what is your favorite dish? Ukrainian and international. Do you cook yourself? No, my wife, she's cooking. My favorite dish. I don't know. I would say fried rice with maybe seafood. what do you think? Like you said, do you like your job? But what do you know about my job? Like, because like I don't have a job. I have business. I'm content creator, so I'm creating content and I'm living from those money which I earn. Because some ones in this universe believe that poker is a job, but for me not. I don't think that poker could be a job. Because like job it is something what you do and you getting paid. So in poker you can be the best of the best players and you can lose for years. So for example, one of the famous poker players in the world, one of the best in the world in the past, he show up with 3.5 dollars, $3.5 million in debts yesterday, and he was one of the best players in the world for a long period of time in tournaments. So like cash game, anyway, it's not a job, but cash game it could be way of living. But tournaments, in my opinion, it's just like mostly. Yeah, of course, like who plays better will win often, much often than others. But still, like, can you make a living from tournaments? Maybe, but that's not my story for sure. I'm paying my bills from money which I earn from my business. I'm a content creator for many years. Nice try and dream.
What a horrible call.
So do I like what I'm doing for living? Yes. That was my choice. I chose it 5 years ago when I quit my when I started quitting, like that was a process actually. And when I quit my professional career, like in a few years I built another I'm here. That's why even like superstars of poker, they have they poker schools, they like other source of incomes. So poker, it is a job only for people who deal in cards. Thank you, Salt Grain. Thank you very much. Hello, my friend. Got 30 in a row. Wow, 30 is a lot. Thank you. Sawadee Krap, Thailand. Hello, Chufa. How are you today? Amazing. delicious. What we got here? This is 888, and I raised 6-3 from bottom. How many hours a day? I don't know. That's just a random number. I don't have any strategy or plans. I'm just doing what I felt. And how I feel. Alright. It makes sense. Yes, decent amount of 5x. I would not have many of them here. So we have to just call them. Borscht is okay, but I would not eat it every day. Like when you ask about like favorite food, my first reaction like what I could eat for every day. I could eat every day. Mm, interesting hand, honestly, because like my bluff catcher is not so bad if you think about that. Like I'm blocking his 6-7. I'm unblocking flashes. But yeah, that's so easy to underbluff here, right? But what he is bluffing like 6-8, right? Flashes. Blocking that. Blocking that straight draw. Yeah, mostly he's well by starting from tripses, so my 6 wouldn't work, and 3x also, it doesn't matter. So I think my bluff catcher is not so good. This is bounty tournament, I cover both. Who was minus 3.5 million? Royal Pro, Roman Romanovsky. He's dropped like $3.5 million. Yesterday he posted. And he was one of the best like in the whole world. I didn't just wanted to say thank you for streaming. Your mindset and the way you explain your thoughts process has made me infinitely better player. Appreciate you streaming all this to us for free. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much. But that's pleasure for me. You have to understand that I choose it. I choose it. You see me, yeah. Like I choose that many years ago when I decided to quit poker, and I decided to stream about poker, to create content about poker. But I don't want to be a professional poker player because that's a very tough life. And like so many people like just like losing their minds, losing their roles, losing their lives. Not like physically, but mentally. So like poker, it is a great game. So like, and I want to play this game for a whole life, and but I don't want to play it for a living. So this is like this is a dream, like because I believe that poker one of the best games in the world, maybe the best, and I love this game very much. Yesterday, for example, I watched a TV show with my wife, and I told her I was smiling, and I told her, I'm still love poker. I'm still excited. I'm still waiting. Then, because yesterday I day off, tomorrow I will play and tomorrow I will stream and I will enjoy that time and I know that. But like to play poker for a living is absolutely different thing and like absolutely. You should put some music on the ground. I have some music on the ground. You can go to my Kick or Twitch and you will hear it. But I don't have music on YouTube because of copyrights. We are listening to cool music actually. What was your previous? I'm a lawyer. I have a law degree. I work as a lawyer. On the 25, 6 months, this is 2100. There are three tables of four. Isn't two tables of six better? For me, definitely three tables of four would be better. But we have 11 people, bro. How we can have? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we can have. Now we have five and six. But like, if I would able to choose, I would choose 300 till the end of the tournament. Hi Dan. Ooh. Good luck. What do you think about the situation with Romeo Pro? I just said about that. How could he? That's not a loss. That's the debt. I don't think that that was. I don't think that he lost so much money. What do you think is the right strategy for early stage tournament show free flop? Sorry, bro. I, I, I should not read those trolling, right? I think you have to go all in general, always, especially when you have bigger stack, you know. Chat knows. Hi Dan, that's good luck. How many years
Let's
did it
do
take to reach
this.
this point to play big tournament? Bro, I never played big tournament. I mean, I played them for fun, but I didn't play them for
Go.
like serious. So back in the days when I
Yes.
played a long time ago poker for a living professionally, I played cash games, and I think I can play tournaments for a living. I'm playing poker just like in total like for 17 years. What do you do here? I think we just three bedroom. Yeah, because like if we call, we hit, we can't generate any EV there. But when we jam, they folding, for example, king queen, and we just like printing money. Then I would consider you playing poker as your profession. But that makes no sense, bro. You can't. I mean, I already explained this bunch of times, like many, like how it could be a profession. Like, I mean, okay, maybe you can call something a profession, but you can. Mm, for me, like if you're asking my opinion, earnings from tournament poker, but very low percentage. Can do that stable. So that's why I choose to create the content. But I played, bro. I played not tournaments. When I played professionally, I played cash games. Cash games, it would be more stable, much more stable, and you can have those rake back. You can grind up. You can have stable living. Of course, it would be rough still, but tournaments, I don't think that it works. I mean, it works for some ones, but first of all, because they got lucky and they won at the beginning, and then they didn't lose their roles in other ways. Like they, for me, tournament, it is just like it is a sport. I think it is fine. It is a gambling and it is a sport. Like this is a combination of gambling and sport. But like, first of all, poker it is a gambling. And that is, what do you think about Romeo and his financial situation? He's gonna play 200,000 per day. I don't know about his plan, but I know him very well for many years. He's a great person. He's very smart and sharp. But like, I'm telling you guys, this like way of living that's not easy. Like uh, back in the days, I can't tell you because this is a private information. I think I can. What I can say that believe me, play poker for living and have family. That's not easy choice. That's why I'm always telling you that. I'm always telling you that on streams, but that yes, chance to make living from poker, yeah, not zero for sure. But this is like very hard way to make money, and like so many people lost everything after even 10 years, 15 years of their journey. Not everyone, of course, but like even like one of the best players in the world, he lost. Okay, this 3.5 minutes. I don't think that he lost all of that, but anyway, you have to understand that poker it is a great time to enjoy, to spend like an evening, to even like when you play like every single day, you can play it for fun, you can love it, but on that point, when you start playing for living and you have a family and you're living only from money which you earn from poker, I don't even want to think about that. I remember those times, like, and that was very hard. Very hard. And I played cash games and I had rig back like more than 100K a year, just like that was stable thing. All right, let's close this topic. Just you have to understand that what I'm talking about poker as a job, poker as a business. I'm talking. I'm answering on those questions on every stream, and some of people do not believe. Oh, you're saying that because and like they trying to find a reason, but I'm telling you what I think and what I see. So many good players, very good players, they lost their roles and they playing much worse than they played earlier because of mental things, because of many different things, because of poker. It is a gambling, so you have to enjoy it in gamble. That's all. You can do it smart. You can do it with like ranges and all that stuff. Or like here, we can jam or call. I think I'm gonna jam. I'm not sure that he has enough blocks there, but I'm gonna jam it. I still believe that Olivieri capable to have won that, but something inside telling me that maybe not today. We chop, chop, chop. Oh no, we took. I won. Sorry, bro. So like theoretically it could be but like maybe against Olivier, maybe we should know it. I don't know. So I hope we finish that. Mentally speaking, it must be exhausting to play every day for hours. How that's still enjoyable, bro? That's for you. I don't know. I don't have an answer, but like I really love it. And yesterday, for example, I played Apex, and I was thinking, okay, that's good, but not good enough because like this is a mind game, and like for my curious mind, from I am curious mind from like from early ages, and like I always wonder like what if. So poker this is a very good game for my mind. It's like what if I do that and they will do that and I will do that. Yeah, one of my favorite. Oh, hmm. One of my favorite lesson in academy was logic and philosophy. So like I love that very much. And for me, poker it is yeah. I was thinking like okay, if I buy second, he jumps, he check jump. That's very interesting actually to see double check raise here. Of course I can afford, but I would not buy the draws though, just in case. Maybe I would have a few bars there, but like but mostly I would have like long back or something very strong. I don't think that I'm biting blows. I mean, I could bite some runners, of course. Like I mean, just yeah, I could bite bluffs, but not draws, because like my draws will not be a bluff. I mean, draw when I have this amount of outs. So yeah, for me it is enjoyable because like every single hand it is a new world. And for example, here, like so here is I call his range. So this is the game of assumption, right? So you have to think about his range. He would be wide. I have suited dice. I can fold, but then he's not folding. I think fold is okay, but like I don't want to miss that. Like if he is going wide, oh, interesting sizing. So if I would hit like any flush draws there, or straight draws, or ace, we could play. And that's always interesting. It is hard. Like some of people, they train to avoid a hard situation in poker, but somehow I really love it, even if I'm losing. But this is a new experience, new emotions. So we got three-way and balls checked. Very interesting. We're gonna check. I don't think that we buy 7-6. It could be a small bet, actually. One chance. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. 6-7. Still checking. And we can check that. Absolutely no problem. You should not bet like with high frequency. Like more people in the game less frequency you have. That's how it works. Doesn't matter what kind of hand you have, especially on this structure. All right, all right. See, that very well played by Ace. But I think button turn would be preferable. But you can check as well. Why bet is preferable? Because Ace Queen would follow. Ace King probably. That's a ridiculous bet. Actually, no, I didn't want to spend my time buying a bet like I bet. Here we can 3-bet call or just call. So I can 3-bet call. So I can 3-bet fold here. He has like 27 bigs. Life for me. That's not true. You can win tournaments and live off that money. Of course you can. I didn't say that you can. There is even a guy from Kiev on average buying $5. But how many people could do that? And okay, you can say Romeo Pro made like 5 millions in his life when he played poker, but now he is broke. So like, you can find examples, but like, but for me, Roma was like one of the best players in the world for forever. All right, let's play this. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're gonna find. Oh, I know, bro. I lived from poker for many years. I don't need any examples. My friends they lived from poker for many years, and some of them still living. But like, I'm telling you that between choices, like when you have different choices, and like poker could be very painful and super hard. That's why you can call it a job or something like that. Because even like I'm telling you, if you are one of the best players in the world, you can lose. You can lose consistently. Think about that. I'm not trying to convince you that like poker for living is impossible. Of course, it is possible. But one guy said, poker, this is the hardest way for to easiest money. So think about that. Like, why so many? Yeah, I'm speaking about tournaments, not about cash games. Cash games, it is different thing. Why so many tournament players build their own stables, own phones, own why? Think about that. Hey guys, of course you can, but it is much better to build your career or business and play poker for fun. That was my dream actually. When I quit poker as a professional poker player, I remember that moment. I decided to create content for living. Content about poker because poker, this is my life. I know about poker a lot. And I decided, okay, my earnings would be maybe not so big, but I would make normal living from that. I would have normal life with my family. And now I'm here. Like I started 5 years ago. I played poker for 17 years, and like I started my roll from $65 to 3 mils in like 12 years. I built that. But okay, so I spent some part of that. Of course, my roll was not 3 mils. I won 3 mils like in 12 years, and then I decided, okay, I have house, I have investments, I have everything. So I have to quit. I don't want to exchange my time on that. Like, and believe me, I know so many players who making money from poker. They can make money from poker, but this is not my choice. And I explain to you, I can win, I can lose, but it would not bring big impact on my life. So, like from those winnings which I won last year, I spent $2,000 on watch and like some money on vacation. That's all. And if I would not have those money, nothing would change. Це реальний план Романовського? Я не думаю. Ну, все реально, але не знаю. Ми всі були в різних ситуаціях, але знаєш, це справа в тому, що я багато разів сам собі казав про це і казав людям про це, тому що проблема навіть не в тому, і наскільки ти гарний гравець. Проблема в тому, що покер це не тільки теоретичні знання, а це психоемоційний стан. І ти можеш просто приймати погані рішення, і ти будеш їх приймати. І коли на тебе тиснуть гроші, ти будеш погано грати. Всі будуть. А от якщо в нього видатки, які в нього видатки щомісяця? Ну, $1015. Може, зараз, може, там 12, я не знаю. Ну як от, це ж треба платити. В нього 3 дітей, треба за це платити. Це дуже складно. Я знаю це, в мене 2 дітей. Я знаю, як це. Я стикався з цим. Коли от розпочалася війна, я був в Таїланді, в мене доступ до моїх грошей був дуже обмежений, і я залишився з... Дуже серйозно все це було. І я пам'ятаю, як я одразу просто бам, ми вже витрачаємо значно менше грошей, ніж я міг очікувати. Так само в Канаді на якомусь етапі. І постійно я кажу про це, те, що не можна тратити гроші, не можна витрачати гроші, бо в покері тобі здається, що ти от виграєш, і типу це твої гроші, а вони тобі не належать. Це мало хто розуміє. Тобі пощастило, виграти, ну все. Десь їх інвестуй в різні місця і ніколи не думай про те, що вони тобі належать. Раді просто, що вони є, але не витрачають в жодному разі. Бо люди сприймають покер як ресурс, типу, от воно їм приносить гроші. І вони вважають, ага, ну от я виграв, значить, типу, заробив. А це неправда. Бо виграв це не означає заробив. Виграв це виграв. Це просто гемблінг. Ти виграв, тобі пощастило. Це дуже поганий приклад. Насправді, я дуже люблю Рому, я дуже добре до нього відношусь. Мені дуже болить за це все. І для мене ця ситуація просто, я не знаю, я її переживаю через себе. Все це. Ай. Ладно. This is very percent of 2500 is what we do. I'm not calling ace king. How is Romeo pro broke and why? Because this is live, bro. He's not broke. He is minus 3.5 mils. Do you still get the same curiosity out of cash games after many years? No. Cash games, no, for sure, no. But tournaments, yes. And because tournaments, it is very creative game, and like there is plenty of different situations, like which is you have to solve right now, and it would be unique situation. You have to just find the best solution just right now, and you will never play that again. I play cash games sometimes when I just I want to play something and when I need some dopamine. I don't want to play after 300 down. Do you make you have to understand that I got lucky, very lucky last year, and I won GG millions, but that's not earnings. That's just like bam jackpot. But like I'm making money from my business, from my content, and I'm living on this money, and I don't spend money which I make, as you said, from poker, because I don't believe that this is my money. If you understand what I mean. It's like I gamble every day for like 15, 20, 30, $40,000. Everything could be, everything is possible. So like I don't. For me, it's like different money. All right, let's think about this then. Now he's wrapping something really thin because we checked the float and about three. You know, he's wrapping straight. Yeah, he's wrapping straight. Oh, I have to believe. That's one of the biggest mistakes because people think that when you win something, it is yours. Because like even if you have positive expectation in tournaments, like for example, let's say I played 888 crazy 8, and like for example, let's say I have 10% ROI theoretically, so I'm making $88 per tournament. Doesn't matter I won or lost. So if I win like whatever, like $5,000 in this tournament, but I made only $88. That's how it works. And I don't know my expectation. Maybe my expectation is negative, and that's like I'm not sure. I don't know. But I know that I'm gonna buy that. So how it works? He's holding like Jack X there, some random 10x, and I'm blocking 5x. I love it. And I can bluff if we hit like king or 10. But like also we can beat like let's say king 6 of spade. I can beat that. But I had outs. What do you do if I would hit straight there and then bad? That's interesting. Hmm. Yeah, then it's focus. You're right, bro. You're right. I lost my focus. That's true. Missing hands. But I want to help the people, like, because like people so nice, like, and I feel that pain, especially after Roma. Nice hand. Here in the river, I have decent block pressure. But the question would he blow with that sizing or he would just win the block? Because that's definitely exploitable thing. Just don't think about that. Then here we go. 3.1. This is alright. This is like, a random GTO user sizing. But wizard would not use if you would give him different sizing, he would never use that sizing, that for sure. Believe me. But if you give him only one choice, I think he would use 40. I don't know why he didn't use 40. I don't have an answer, but that's something just random. Check. How much? It was a while back, bro. Wow. Like solid while back. What do you prefer, to jam or to 3-bar? I think jam is good. In here, what is that? This is 2500. We're gonna 3-bar versus Daniel. Big blind against Carol. Sevens? Not tough. You used to play high stakes below 5 is the reason why you play. I lost a lot of money now. But I quit earlier actually. But below 5 I lost a lot of money. No, I'm very bad at below. 3-bar and he call. Like, what is called calling that, bro? What is called calling? I don't understand. Like, what size would you use? Because if he takes jams, and I will be unhappy. Like, I would be unhappy for sure. Alright. What are you gonna say now, Dennis? Okay, now we can play. Now we can play, bro. That's like temporary nuts here. See, that's what I'm talking about, temporary. No. We should jump already, but that's like. But maybe as king queen suited. Maybe we don't jump. Like what he's playing? Like okay, it's what he has. What he has, like king queen suited, queen jack suited. Like this is two combos of flush. All right, I gotta check. I'm not jamming that because I can't understand like his calling range, which would not raise me and pie in the river. So I'm losing versus Jack King suited, Queen King suited, Queen Jack suited, and like this is a super exploitable suited. Sober would jam. I'm not sober, bro. I'm sure that sober would jam because sober always jams like. Okay. Do you always stream when you play? Almost always. I think 98% of the time. Yes, it is coming. Good luck, Dennis. Thank you. Удачи, Роме. Let's play poker. Let's play poker, bro. Bam, 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 bam. I prefer to call here. This is bounty tournament with our 40 bigs, 3-bet call, yeah. I gonna 3-bet call versus his jam. Or his jam. But I prefer to see just fold. Call 35, 16.6. I can buy it and jam, or just no, I can jam. But I can buy it. If he got me, he got me. Like if he has like a 9x or like he has like pocket tens, but pocket tens he should jump. Anyway, there's always a route to play 8s and 3-bet pocket. Alright. Yeah, that's very well played by him. When I back such big sizing, so probably he should jump and hope that I fold something. What options I had are I could jump reform. What happened to Roman? Yesterday he posted that he has financial issues and his debt is $3.5 million. And he's gonna start his career from $10,000. From 0 to hero. It is indifferent, but mostly fraud, I think. А що про Рому запитувати? Привіт. Які питання про Рому? Насправді жодного питання ніхто і не поставив, по факту. How they play that? Link rate time. I see. Link jump call. Makes sense. Boom, 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 boom. 10-8 is. We're gonna check that. What do you think about that? what do you think about rebuying it, or do you include it in the total cost of the tournament, or treat it as a new tournament? There's only one answer. It is a new tournament. Always. You can now you can include that. That's a new tournament with everything new. Like no, bro, that's a new tournament for sure. The same would be okay. You play this tournament today, and then you bust, and you're gonna play it tomorrow. What the difference? No difference. This is only here. This is too small. We played interesting hand here. I raise he 3 bucks, I call with this king, and I check out twice. Boom. How are we gonna play here? Queen 10. I think I'm gonna lame, but I can raise 4. Yeah, I think raise 4 would be amazing. Because, like, if he jams, he always, like, has super strong, and, like, if he calls, he is good. I'm not interested in him calling, because he would not either, like, weak hands, like, he would not allow that. Decided to bet. Believe that he is folding some runners, maybe queen jack, maybe even ice highs, right? He's always trying to do something, especially today. Like, I pay 5 for 28, and we know that he's capable to bluff a lot. What kind of bluff he could have? Like, something like my hand, actually. bit. Very interesting question. What can I be? Yeah, like I understand why I want to bluff that, but also I understand why I want to concede now. Because I don't have values here, like from if I would have queens or something. Yeah. So I don't like that ace at all. It would be like just a blank. I would buy the river always. And as you can see, he bluffed. But I can't beat his bluff. And he's always trying to do something like that. Bam, bam, bam. 26 bigs. We rip it. I don't think that I'm true betting ace queen. What do you mean? What kind of player is on the show? I mean, he's a legend. What kind of? He's just a legend. He's playing poker for just centuries. What do you mean? What kind of? Just a good player. Like everyone who play on high level. Like, so let's be clear. Like all players who play this tournament except me, they are professionals and they are good players. So I'm just trying to beat the good players. See what tournament we playing? 500. 2500 buying. Ace 10 8. I didn't buy big. Or maybe not super big. But still. Interesting. We have runner. Small sizing, right? Very small. Check. Check. Wow. He raised 9-5 and he hits very well with that. See, he raised 2.2 bigs. Actually, very interesting sizing pre-flop. Unexpected play by him at all. This is super exploit. If you ask me, this is super exploit. I don't know why he's doing that, but probably he thinks that I'm overfolding or something like that because like there is no other reasons to. But now we know. Okay. Absolutely 100% I'm not folding that. Okay, I gotta check right now. So now we can blow our flush draws, but we can't blow that. I have straights, I have flush draws, runner flush draws. But I can blow that on the river. Not like that, bro. I'm blocking his folds there. But I don't think that he has folds at all. Exactly, bro. Oh yeah, of course we're gonna jump. You remember he open race 6-4 suited from hijack. Like here he's open race and like maybe I don't know, like super wide. We have to jump like I didn't know like maybe 30% of range. 3,5 мільйони звідки такий Бог? Ну я не знаю, спитав нього. А звідки ти знаєш, що він віддав повинен, що це за нова інформація? А, 1,7 мільйон. А, все зрозуміло. What is bluffing still here? Some Broadways. So we're gonna win there on the river. What do you think? No way. Check, check, check. Haha. Okay. Check call. It is a check call. Wow. I mean, why that sizing? Чи найсильніше дія покерчик найсильніша дія це all-in. Коли хтось all-in ставить, це сильно. That is today playing out of range. I enjoy it. was raised 3 suited versus 7 here pre-flop, jam 10 bigs, and I re-entry knight a8. Use my re-entry. Таке що цікаве, ну написав же він, що витратив гроші, по суті, просто. Результат. Витратив, то програв. Там вже все написано. У мене стільки ж інформації, скільки у вас. Okie-dokie. Ooh, this is bounty. I want bounty. I don't know why and how, but somehow. New stack here. For a 3-bot, he judges what we do. That's the problem, bro. I don't want to fold. So you 3-bet call, probably, if you 3-bet. Yeah. What the heck here on the flop? Cute, right? Lane bottom, we got like 2 small pairs.
Well, that kind of shocked everything. I mean, Trey, the fact that Trey got the deal he got is awesome. That's impressive. I'm happy for him.
Let's go, Trey.
Long time. Took him a while to get there. We know that. Multiple years of going back and forth with the Bengals and everything like that. I mean, when you think about it, who do you think who's the best out of all?
You tell me, AJ. I'm excited.
Honestly, the Titans are doing some work. I like what they're doing with their defense. I think they're at least giving themselves a chance. And Robert Saleh to make something work. And you pop that list up of you see the Titans additions. I like what they're doing their back end for sure. John Franklin Myers, I think he's an under the radar player as well. Look at the deal. It's not really under the radar. He still got paid very well. But when you popped it up, the Raiders, I believe the Raiders. Look at what they're doing. I'm going linebacker core. I think Quay Walker, he's a great player. Green Bay is going to miss him for sure. Kobe Dean as well. And then if Max does play for you, like if you are Fernando Mendoza, you're going to be kind of excited about what these Raiders do.
Yeah, definitely. The Raiders had to spend money. They did, and we like it. And we assume and we think from our source says that Tom Brady is a little bit more, hey, let's actually try to maybe listen to this guy, from my understanding. Now, he is a minority owner, so what does he get to say versus other minority owners because he's the greatest of all time? Who knows? But from our understanding is there is a little bit more of a Tom Brady influence when decisions are being made. That's why you see Linderbaum get $30 million. Hey, we need if we're going to get a rookie quarterback in here, we need this. What else do we need? Well, we definitely need a defense. That's going to help. Okay, let's load up a defense maybe, and let's try to protect this guy, and let's try to make sure he's not getting run off fields by other teams.
Yeah, you got 5 starters right there. Obviously, Stokes is a holdover that they had. That's a former first-round pick too by the Packers. Super fast guy, picking his career back up. And Terry Johnson, one of the best slot defenders in there. You get edge help, and then you completely rebuild your linebacking core. And then Naylor, he'll step up to a much bigger role on offense. Probably number 2 receiver, depending on what they do either in the draft or even down the line of free agency. Maybe they make a trade, but he's a great weapon as well. So they've done all the right things to set Fernando Mendoza up for success.
Yeah, and what do you think about Dan Orlovsky just kind of, hee-hawing around about Fernando maybe being the number 1 overall pick? You think this is just kind of, I'm sorry, is this Bam Orlovsky football, which is what he is calling himself now on X after Bam Adebayo goes for 83 points and he goes 1 for 7 on television, shooting the rock here at the Thunderdome. Bam Orlovsky, some are saying, obviously, not us, but he's found folks that have said that. But he was talking about Mendoza and Ty Simpson. He's been kind of teetering on that. Mendoza hasn't sold him yet. Why do you think that is the case? Do you think it is just small school, like if he would have went to LSU and did this, like let's say Joe Burrow did, whenever Joe Burrow transferred down there, do you think there'd be more respect for more national people than what it is? Because I think everybody understands he's going to get number one. I think a lot of people are like, kind of a weak number one overall pick.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is the case?
Yeah, even people were taking shots at him when he won the Heisman. You know, saying it was kind of an underwhelming Heisman class. I mean, we saw him boots on the ground, and obviously you've been with game day, you saw him a little bit more. But I mean, he checks all the boxes, but he's not like an Andrew Luck type prospect or Cam Newton or one of these guys who you're tanking for a couple. Even Tua when he was coming out, it was a tank for Tua campaign. So he's not one of those prospects. But we've seen him, and we've been around enough quarterbacks to see and know, like, hey, he does all the right things. He looks the part, and then he can be a guy, which most guys are. If shit isn't in place around him, he can flame out and not be great. So I think the Raiders, like I said, are doing all the right things. It's going to be interesting to see him in this offense too. A lot more under center, a lot more play action, kind of half roll, half boots. A little different than what he did in college, but I think he's smart enough. He's definitely talented enough to figure it out. Make those adjustments.
And he's got the grit. Like I think Leslie was the one who came on the GM for the Rams and basically said like, hey, we look for guys who transferred from lower schools, went on to a bigger school, and then performed because they want those big moments. Like Mendoza, yeah, he went to Cal. He was supposed to go to Yale first of all. Then he goes to Cal so he can play like legitimate high D1 football. Then he goes to the Big Ten, and then he performs in the biggest moments. Like that as well, just the want to be great. But the other thing too with Ty Simpson that's kind of in the same boat is like Ty Simpson probably could have transferred while he was at Alabama multiple times because he wasn't the starter when he first got there, and him sticking through it, especially through kind of the regime change. Because Ty Simpson also a Saban guy. Like I don't know if that's been talked about enough with him. So both of them might end up being fantastic, but there is clearly one that outperformed.
We think because we saw boots on the ground and we watched them play against each other, and we followed it all more so than anybody else because we live in Indiana, so we were kind of forced to do that. Go ahead, Tom.
To put it in perspective, like over the last few drafts, I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah and everyone, all the scouts and the GMs that he talked to at the draft. And if we go back like the last three drafts, he had Mendoza right below Caleb, Jaden, and Drake. The same as Cam Ward, but then ahead of like Bo Nix, Penix, and McCarthy. So like, as far as like coming out, maybe a little bit below those guys who were like considered like elite, but higher than guys who are like projected to just be like a good average starter in the NFL.
Yeah, normally if you're going to be the number one overall pick, you're going to a shite situation.
Yes.
That's just kind of how it goes. The Raiders, to everybody's point here, making it better, hopefully making it easier. They're not the only ones. They're record-breaking amount of money spent during free agency frenzy here. $3.3 billion in contracts were given out. Congratulations to the NFL and all the players. You guys have built a product that is so successful and so healthy that people are literally able to change not only their lives, but generations of their families to come if they're able to play a position well in the sport of football. We are very grateful for that being a profession. We're also very grateful that it changed people's lives so damn much. It gives people hope in situations in which they know they might not be able to have anything else. Sports take care of people. The NFL has taken care of a lot of people. The NFL has made a lot of people millionaires, myself included. The NFL has given a lot of opportunity. The sport has given a lot of opportunity. So for that, I'm incredibly thankful. Now, is everything perfect? Absolutely not. But $3.3 billion in contracts out to players, to guys who've worked their ass off to get themselves in a position to be able to negotiate with 32 franchises that are worth billions and billions of dollars because of their abilities to play football is a beautiful thing. This is wonderful, and it was really cool to be a part of, AJ. And I love that we are a league, and I say we as if I'm a part of it. I will be looking for a percentage of the team, though, at some point.
Sure.
We will be looking for a percentage of the team at some point.
Lynn Bin
It feels like it's going to take a long time. Yeah, exactly. Lynn Bin let us know it's going to be a long time for us to be able to get into that game, but hopefully we'll be able to get there. But I love that our league blesses so many people because of how successful and great the sport is, AJ.
Yeah, football is king. The NFL is the best. I mean, that's the fact that free agent frenzy is such a big deal and people pay so much attention to it just tells you all you need to know about the NFL. Like, this doesn't happen in many other sports. I don't know. Maybe I just don't pay enough attention to other sports. But when it comes to the NFL, we know everything. Like Shefty said, that's why Shefty doesn't get to sleep ever because the league never sleeps. The league is 365 days a year. The stuff is actually interesting, and we're seeing franchises possibly turn things around or possibly go to poop. So this is where it is. It's where we are right now.
Yeah, some teams stay in poop, some teams go to poop, but everybody's looking for glory hole. And that glory hole is obviously the Lombardi. At the end of it, they need to do something about what happened with the Ravens and Max.
Yeah.
That's bad. Because if this number is just able to just disappear, like a Walmart rolling prices thing, like that cannot.
They're saying legal tampering period's gone.
Yeah, that's what we're saying too. We're saying Monday at noon, this shit starts. Just let everybody lock in. Because us being able to talk also, just for the good of free agency frenzy, and you talk about free agency frenzy is a thing, I feel like it certainly has become one. I feel like it has become a thing. But if you talk to the league offices, like Schefter was one of the first people ever to be like, hey, this day is a big day. And maybe people were a little resistant of at the league network. And then when he gets to ESPN, he's like, hey, this is a big day if we were to make it a big day. I think ESPN bought into it a bit more. And then the league bought into it a bit more. It's also something where they understand whenever they have moments. You know, like they understand whenever they have moments and they promote it. They're a healthy business. It's like free agency frenzy, we assume, is only going to grow. I mean, what the draft has become, it's only going to grow. They're going to create new shit that's only going to grow, which is only going to make that number, that $3.2 billion number, or $3.3 billion number, only bigger in the future. It's like they're nowhere near where they're headed in this entire game. And now we're hearing Thanksgiving Eve is becoming a day in which the NFL is going to take over. It's like that number's only going up and to the right. And that man right there certainly has been booed a lot of times. But he has shown up and delivered for these owners with everything he said he was going to do when he started as commissioner and what he is now. Global expansion, okay, the valuations of franchises, the TV deals that we can get, health and safety for the players, the product of our game. It's like they are in a good spot. And these 3 days are basically a showcase of that. And the talented players are the reason why the game is where it is and the business is where it is. And I think the reason why we like this so much is because we're seeing that and them get kind of blessed through the old opportunity. I love free agency frenzy. To your point, AJ, it's become some of my favorite shit we got.
Yeah, I mean, it just illustrates how healthy the league is. And, I mean, going into it, everyone talked about, like, this isn't that great of a free agency class. You know, we don't really have the quarterbacks. And then look what happens. You know, like, we still get $3.3 billion worth of deals. As long as the cap continues to rise the way we think it will, like, it doesn't matter if there are a bunch of, you know, like, superstar household names available free agent-wise. Like, teams are going to spend money, and this is going to continue to be as big of a deal as there is on the NFL calendar.
Yeah, I would think, was there a position group was reset outside Trent McDuffie? I know that was a trade.
Center.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Interior alignment.
Yeah, okay. That's what I would do.
But other than that, no.
Yeah. But looking back at that list of the top five, and I know Clyde mentioned it earlier in the week with the Seahawks in the Patriots.
Let's go set money.
Can you see? I know Washington's been in the NFC Championship.
Maybe not.
This list, can you see making it at least a championship weekend?
Well, since the Ravens said I don't think so to Max Crosby, I mean, you could just go ahead and let me be wooed by everything that just happened over there. Give me the Las Vegas Raiders, Tennessee Titans. After meeting Borgonzi and Salah and Cam Ward, we know, and now Jeffrey Simmons, it's like their stadium's ass going to be until they get a new stadium, but the city's ready to explode. So maybe they're Washington Commanders have had it, right? We know Daniels can potentially do it, and then Bryce Young and the Panthers. They take a huge swing day one and spend a lot of money to up their roster. It's like any of them, I guess, at this point, you could really see it.
Yeah, I mean, like that division doesn't stink. That isn't the right thing to say, but they won that division last year, and you look at everyone else up here. I mean, I guess Saints are included in that, but we expect Shuck to make a jump. But yeah, like I mean, coming off winning the division and then almost and taking the Rams to the brink, who a lot of people thought were maybe the Super Bowl favorite or the second best team. Like Panthers got a lot better. I mean, they did kind of go from good football team to potentially great football.
So on that note, we didn't give you an answer. Who do you think?
Those two answers.
Yeah, well, I gave you 5 answers.
I mean,
Panthers we like.
Not the Commanders. I mean, the Commanders aren't far off. They can stay healthy.
It's like, and they got much better at edge because their defense has been horrendous. D-Butt, you correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like they still have holes in the secondary. Titans still have O-line issues. Saints still have some issues on the defense side of the ball. But like Panthers were just there. They almost beat the Rams last year.
Connor says hold the phone.
I kind of think the Saints. I was with ETN, what they did, and just how shaggy. Like if you just look at their offense as a whole, Juwan Johnson came on as the tight end. Olave's kind of proven as a very legitimate 1,000-yard receiver. ETN in the backfield now. Now their O-line we'll see, but they also had a Caden Ellis, a couple guys on defense. Kind of love what they were doing.
We have a math correction after a Danny Dimes deal is done. The Colts have entered top 5 spenders.
Wow.
Well.
So who was in the Super Bowl last year?
Patriots.
Seahawks. Patriots are the number 1 spending team in free agency the year before. Seahawks are the number 4 spending team.
Oh, so top 5 spending teams make it to the Super Bowl? Okay, that's what I just heard. We're doing fucking stats or not?
Since 2025, 2 of the top 5 teams in free agency spending will win Super Bowl.
So now we're doing trends. Okay, so we're doing stats, we're doing trends, we're doing everything. And with the Danny Dimes deal, not only do we know who our trigger man is, and we assume he's going to be healthy to play, which he told us earlier today. We're also top 5 spenders, which if you read the trends, which I like to do, I like to get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
I like to know what has happened before so we can predict what's happening the now and the future. That's why I went over to Tokyo, Japan to take a look at the stocks because they're 13 hours ahead of time. I want to see what's going on in the future. That's what's happening here. So they're a top 5 spending team all of a sudden. It's like, wait a minute. Cold Super Bowl's back on, brother. And Pards might have just been a little bit hanging out, towards the end of the season after Dan Dimes got hurt. He said, sorry, boys, I was hanging up here with old Beatles there. We're having a blast. Had no idea we're going to break a leg or a bye week and then the Achilles happened. I'll get you next year, boys. So Jim Irsay season to the Super Bowl is certainly just next year because we're top 5 spenders. And also, shout out to Carly, shout out to Kaylin, shout out to Casey. A lot of upfront money having come out too. They're making decisions to go. I love that. But I also like the Carolina Panthers taking huge swings.
Yeah, and the Titans.
Huge.
There was a trends yesterday. I forget what the exact graphic was, but the number 1 team in spending in free agency, basically for the last 10 years, has upped their win total by like three games, right? Yeah. Patriots were 10 last year, but still, at least 3 games. Like if you're thinking about the Titans with the 4 overall pick, potentially adding Jeremiah Love to everything that they've already done, like Titans might be fantastic.
Oh my God, I didn't even think about Dable with Jeremiah Love and Dan Ward out there. Man, I think you put Jeffrey Simmons on offense too, just after what I saw last night.
They did this past year.
There's something to think about. I don't know who's tackling him, honestly.
See Sonny Styles maybe in that. Oh, actually, or Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
That's the type.
Yeah, the logo that was released. We will continue digitally. YouTube, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, TikTok Live, X. Can't believe we're leaving ESPN News.
I know.
We're going to stop doing news shit, though. We're telling you that.
Yeah. Miss you.
So if you want no more news stuff here in 6 seconds or so, we'll be back tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life. Goodbye. No more news.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Stop.
Not even old news?
Done.
No news.
Okay.
We're not breaking the news.
Is that the melody?
Yeah, remember Common used to do like on this day in America?
On this day. I do remember that. Yeah, we really wanted that to continue, and then Connor just said, "Nope, I'm not fucking doing it."
Anytime we plan something with me, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think we could get past that?
I think with AI now, actually, it might be a little easier. I might be able to.
Because you might be able to just do it live in real time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now,
They will
granted, yes,
fuck
they can.
you. Especially live. You gotta double check that.
And triple check. And you also do, are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's always a good one to fall in love with these AI things. Hey, listen. And how does that read? Is are you sure? Do they go, oh, good question. Actually, I'm not. Is that ever done?
You got me.
Shit,
That was wrong.
I was lying to you. I was fucking lying to you, just like your dad did back in the day. Before there was internet on your phones, I fucking lied. You got me.
Here we go.
You gotta check me.
I got one right here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
On this day.
In 1892, March 11th, the first public basketball game was played in Springfield, Massachusetts, just over a year after James Naismith invented basketball.
And on that day, Wilt went for 100, right?
Yeah.
Is that the year?
He was a few years after.
Okay, that was what year?
I don't see
Oh,
1892.
okay.
But
I get my timelines fucked.
sure. So yeah, it was around there. Also, tennis legend Steffi Graf in 1991 on March 11th. She had an incredible run as the world #1 women's player ended. After 186 consecutive weeks.
Oh, it's a good run now.
Yeah, great run. Yeah, Monica Seles.
Two great players.
Seles. That's what I thought took over the top spot.
Well, that's what happened
On this day.
See that? Not bad.
Right. Yeah. Hey, we'll see. I can't wait for tomorrow. Policies clear.
What's gonna happen? So we did live, which might get us to D-But's point and what we were talking about earlier. There's a fact checker coming right down the fucking line.
That's right.
I think it's all right.
Right here.
Yeah.
Right here, there's somebody coming. Actually, my fucking granddaddy.
Oh, we got a baseball one.
Yeah, okay. Well, now we're all. Yeah, dude, get in and out.
Okay.
We might be done with
This is per a quirky, in parentheses, and shady, moment in baseball history. The Cincinnati Enquirer, AJ, reported that Baltimore manager John McGraw signed a player named Toko Homa, supposedly Cherokee Native American. See, hey, you gotta watch out what they're gonna say.
What they say? They dropped an I word out there.
Yes, they did, and I am not gonna finish. What?
Who? Which AI is this?
It was.
Just so we know what world.
GPT or
sphere.
I think we know which one I'm using.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I told my AI to always act like it's 1995, so it says some stuff.
All right.
Why?
That's what. Hold on. I didn't hear what he just said. I was reading what you just looked up. Apparently, how is that what was decided to send to you on this thing?
Those are just the four. Those are just the four that he gave to me.
Wild story in history.
Yeah.
Love where we're at in sports. What a time to be alive. We are so incredibly thankful that we get to do this for a living. I think. What do we miss? Did we miss anything? College hoops is happening.
Yeah.
Got Bam. Talk about Bam.
Got Bam in. Thank you for getting that in. That's a huge deal. We're happy for you, Bam.
Ethical buckets. That was perfect.
Ethical buckets that
Right.
first half. He had 43 in the first half.
Perfect.
Ethical buckets.
Bruce would die if we didn't mention that 4-4 is now running behind 4-2.
Yeah.
4-2 is about 300 pounds. Patrick Ricard.
Yeah, that is a crazy signing for John Harbaugh to have Cam Scadaboo and Patrick Ricard in the backfield with Jackson Dart at quarterback, who we know will just he'll send it right into your face.
Does not care.
This is gonna be a tough physical football.
Yeah.
This is gonna be Harbaugh football to a T. I also do appreciate how like six Ravens went right to the Giants.
Yeah.
John Harbaugh selling to the team like, hey, see, we wink at. I mean, I don't know what they're saying about that. I have no idea what they're going to do. It's an interesting operation, but these guys are all good players. They use anything. Yeah, we know so. Sweet. To all the players, it's going to be the exact same way we just now live here.
Yep.
That is what we're going to do. Everything good.
More places to eat.
Sweet. Yeah, you're going to love the food. Apparently, they bring a lot of shit in here for that.
Northern Jersey gonna get some great Italian.
Ricard, you're Italian.
Baltimore's got some good Italian, right? I assume. Basciani's the owner, but does he live there?
I don't.
Are there Italians in Baltimore?
No, I know Jimmy's Seafood, and that's about it.
He's Greek, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the Italian food is the sell. It needs not be
Tonight.
Italian baseball, though.
No.
Other than tonight.
We need like the first inning, like going into the second inning. We need it to be like 8-8. That'd be good, right?
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah, that was good.
That's not gonna happen, but yeah, we do need that.
Well,
Why? Why is that not going to happen? We just got fucking showed by Italy. Dude, anything
I
can
know
happen.
we did. It's not gonna be 8-8 in the second inning. I have a feeling, unfortunately, we need one of the 20 little nuts. We need Arrowhead's worst appearance
I'm
ever.
putting the rest of my money in this.
Don't.
that was a good bet.
Connor brought it up. I did not.
I just needed a win, AJ.
I'm with you. I am with you. That's a lock. That's a lock that should have hit.
Italy baseball. Okay.
I saw it coming. Sometimes you just want to see the ball go through the hoop.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Action Network. That was exactly what I wanted to see.
Whoa.
That's a little much.
That's for tonight.
That's fucking gross.
Is the anthem on? I can't hear it.
That's not it.
Hey, best.
We're not doing it. No, we need to relax with this whole thing. We need to remember who's our team and who isn't our team. Our team is America. But boy, we need the fucking Paisan to hit some fucking dog shots. Let's get the Lavazza, boys. Let's get that thing.
Some limoncello.
Let's get it all in. Definitely. Let's get some of that. Let's get all of the gabagool action. We would like to pay for the gabagool. We would like all the gabagool in Houston delivered to the fucking Italians today. Please.
Wrap the baseballs in prosciutto, boys.
Please. With the bots that right on the outside. Let's make sure the boys are ready. Get them enough wine. We would like to supply all the wine for the celebration afterwards. You see Paisano walking in there?
Yeah, Paisano Pasquantino.
Clearest English I've ever heard straight out of America. Where's the fucking wine?
Yeah.
Buddy, we'd like to.
His last name's Pasquantino. You're saying he's not Italian?
No, I love him. Anybody from Pittsburgh, if they wanted to play for Italy, I think
Dude.
I would have to appreciate that and respect that as well. But again, for America, we need you tonight. We would like to buy at least 4 bottles of wine. Now, I don't know enough about the wine world, but I do know some of these bottles are fucking outrageous. You seen what I just did with the Americans last night? 5,000 on the board. We don't have that anymore. You guys get bagged wine. You're gonna like it.
Franzia's fine.
Delicious.
You guys will like
Thank you.
Franzia.
Delicacy.
I will buy all the box wine that you fucking need. Okay, for the entire country.
What about some Sambuca?
Tell you what, if you guys need a little Sambuca to get the job done tonight against Mexico, I'll fucking throw some of that in.
I mean, it's a good chance they shot their load early, right? Like they don't have a whole lot left.
The Italians?
That's the worry, though.
Italians have loads for days. They work out every morning, so you know why.
That's right. They're up early building the loads, brother. That's what it's all about. They're delivering the loads. They're cooking the loads. They're making the loads. And tonight, they unload, okay? And they need to do it again. And we need them. You know what? Pepperoni pizza's too full.
Yeah.
If they have loads left, because they shot a big one yesterday.
A bunch of them.
Yeah.
There was some rogue loads. The fucking throwing people out at first when the guy doing the splits.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Rogues everywhere.
Holy shit, is that baseball? And then you watch the Dominican team play. It's like, was that baseball? This is what baseball is? I love that sport. And then college baseball people are like, look at this fucking shit. They're sending me highlights of college baseball down in the South.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't know that was possible. We need that tonight for Italy.
Yeah. Or
we need the espresso flying around. Sorry, I just
no. Okay, Mexico, if they want to score a bunch of runs and win too, that's fine. That works too.
Yeah, they should just score 5 first inning. Boom. Okay.
And then we're good.
Zito, my Spanish-speaking friend here, Zito. I believe Andale is for Mexico.
Vamos.
Vamos and Andale, though, I think is a Mexican dialect of Spanish. Because I believe a lot of Spanish-speaking, they all speak different Spanish. Everybody speaks different Spanish, right? I mean, you would know that's a little bit more down South Florida. Because I'll learn something from Rey Mysterio.
Sure.
And I'll feel like a fucking beast. Sure. I just walk in somewhere. Aquí estamos, mi amigo, ándale, ándale. It's like, no, that's fucking wrong one, buddy. It's like, all right, shit. I'll take a fucking cafe con leche. Jesus Christ, I thought it was a hero. You know? And they know immediately. They know immediately. But I think Andale is one, right? Zito, is that right? Andale, yeah. So, hey, Andale, boys. Fucking big ones.
Andale.
We need fucking big ones. Bang! Out there.
Vamos.
Vamos. Big ones. Boom! It would be so cool if Mexico had 7.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Who's pitching?
For Mexico?
Italy.
Italy, Aaron Nola.
That's not really. That guy's.
He's the one. Bryce Harper brought him up when we were out there and doing the interview.
He played junior.
That's fastball. Yeah.
That's fastball. So that means the boys from Mexico just need to be sitting on that.
Yeah, Jaron Duran, ding dong tonight.
Dead red. That other guy that we always.
Alejandro Kirby.
Yeah, wobble body.
Yeah, you keep calling him wobble body. I don't know if he's gonna love that.
That's not who he is. He's the catcher, right?
Yeah.
And that's for his job. He's built that way.
Exactly. Jonathan Aranda, first baseman, very great as well. Jack.
And you know what, Italy? Why don't you guys win too? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys should win too.
Yeah.
We basically can't lose here tonight.
Bingo.
I'm gonna bet on that.
Don't,
USA fans.
let's not say that again. USA to advance? Yeah, you should definitely bet that.
I just hope D-Row knows that we're still alive and that he hasn't booked the plane ticket back from New Jersey yet. That's my hope.
I don't know.
Italy has moved from plus 240 to plus 190.
Okay. Hey.
Is that good for us?
Bunch of American art.
Yeah, a lot of money coming in on Italy. They believe in Aaron Nola.
Struggling to figure out if that's good for us.
That's good. That's good. That means Italy's gonna win.
Yes, it does. For America.
For America.
Hey, those boys, a lot of Americans in there.
Yeah, there are.
Obviously, Italian Americans. American Italians. We see what you do. We respect it.
Yeah.
We love the boot culture. We love it. We say grazie all the time.
Yeah. Good.
Now you get a chance to do your thing for America, too, boys. Okay? You're doing your thing for Italy. Tonight you got an opportunity to do something for America.
Don't fuck us.
And we grazie that.
Yeah.
We grazie the shit out of that.
Right.
Right, AJ?
Yes, we do. But didn't Jet say that both these teams hate the U.S. team?
Yes, they did. But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get past that. We're trying to set our swords aside.
I just want a bunch of runs. A bunch of runs early. And then we can
Unload.
everywhere.
Yeah. Unload the loads.
All right, I guess there's only one way to really find out what's going to happen tonight.
Okay.
This one's for Italy.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Got a couple ops here. Do one for Mexico and 5+ runs.
Yeah.
Plus international ball.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jeez.
I do one for Mexico under 5 runs.
I mean, that wasn't the right one anyway. I think you need to take a pitch. That's a hit Billy R.
In here? All right, somebody put on the catcher's gear. Oh, Johnny. All right, we'll watch baseball tonight. Obviously, follow along with all the free agency. AJ, it was great to see you. We did miss you, man. We definitely could have made that happen, but we know you got a lot of shit going on. And also, next trip is going to be fantastic out to league meetings out in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah.
That should be fun.
Yeah.
Hey,
Cool.
speaking of league meetings, okay, our league we're proud of.
Always, every day.
$3.3 billion in contracts in 2 days in our league. Okay? PGA Tour gets one of our guys, second in command guy, to go run their shit. Ryan Rollup, got a lot of pride in Ryan Rollup. Ryan Rollup's done a lot for the NFL.
Good egg.
He's done a lot for our league. PGA gets him over here. What the fuck were they doing to this guy? Can we get a better shot on this guy?
Disgusting.
He's done a lot for the NFL. Okay, he's your new boss. Let's get. We don't know if this is his first press conference or what it was, but can we get a zoom in? One fucking time.
There's not even a sponsor in the background. It's just PGA Tour.
Unbelievable. It's like I'm watching. I'm so pumped for him. He's speaking. I'm like, Brian's good speaker. Like, he's good. He's also.
Wasn't there like 1,000 people too? I saw a clip. There's a bunch of people that came to this press.
Yeah, it was a ton. Yeah, it was a ton. So I was like pumped for it. We're like, let's put it on TV. Where's that Golf Channel? Let's put that on. Shut everything else up. Let's put it on. He walks up there and starts talking like, this is not real? They're going to be doing a zoom in at some point. It's like, no, if I put a name tag on him, actually, it's got to build up towards his chin here. It's got to make the height out here on the hat. Yeah, let's fucking, hey, come on. You got a guy. This guy's really good. This guy is really, really good at what he does. I think he will probably guide the PGA Tour to places that the PGA Tour has never been before, especially in this modern market where he understands the streaming. He's negotiated deals with every streaming platform. It's like, can we just show the guy a little respect here?
Oh, no.
Please show a little respect to the guy. I don't like it. I didn't like it, AJ. As soon as I seen it.
Man, just crop it a little bit.
Tiny bit. It's Jordan Schultz on the show.
Yeah.
Light him up. Put some lights on him and crop it.
Anyways, we need you more press conferences, dude.
Only the bits, though.
All right.
Come on. Tone's always causing problems.
Certainly is. So are you. We missed you last couple days. We'll be back. There's a Big 12 game on ESPN right now. It appears we'll go watch that and try to get back after last night's guarantee. Not hit.
Yeah.
Because America can't fucking hit. That's not
We'll find a favorite. We'll find a minus 900 favorite today. And we'll go get it.
45 minutes, Canada, Cuba.
What's the all-way odds? Not really big.
Canada's now minus 170.
Can't happen. This can't happen.
I like Canada.
We've been saying it. Say it again.
Good baseball.
No, against Cuba, I like Canada to win it.
It's good baseball.
I like Canada. This guy right here.
No, they know that. They know
You just said it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow this bitch. Oh. Follow this bitch.
Yeah, that's a good fall for us. We just range by them. Well, Big's behind. We go for small. High stakes poker is that? No. High stakes poker is rising. Did you see that on GG Poker? Now we have bigger guarantee for GG Millions, now 2 millions. Like, for second place in GG Millions this year, I won more than for first last year. So, yeah, high stakes is booming. Це в кого 3,5 мільйона було? У Роми. Ромео Бро. So, three-way. Razor, color, and I'm on the big one, and I'm gonna check out. Oh! Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad. Of course, I have 10x here in my range, but so that's good for all actually. He should buy with high frequency. Smart. Very smart. Yeah, I'm folding. But it is very smart because like he kept me for Jack 10 and Jack Johnson has very few Jack 10. So he's jamming versus any 10x. So like when Jack Johnson has 10x here or what yeah, wow. Even when you have Jack 10 that's too easy. I mean it would be cool to see something else. Jack 10 it is Jack 10. Yeah, what is sick river? But that's good river for me, huh? I lost only 3.5 bigs. Good hand. Maybe we can see a 4 on the river, huh? No, it is a deuce. Oh, wait, that's it. In 4-8-7. Alright. Ah, yeah. That was for bounding. I won 20. I had 20 right in bigs, now I have 26. But, like, still, we could win a bounding. Very interesting. Marco, what do you want? So, we can jam again. Or just call. I think call is okay because we don't know him very well. But jam is good.
Yeah, no answer for something John.
So we can play in position versus otherwise range. I eat the deuce. This is good. Let's see. 3.7.
Oh, listen, you know that 21 you sent?
Yeah.
Well, Aaron gave me 25, right? So I just sent 50 from you.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me 25?
Yeah.
Okay?
Ah.
You didn't lose something back there?
I lost it.
What?
I lost ace king.
Oh, that was stupid of you to look at me. Maybe just a blessing.
Find out in a minute.
Are they still playing that hand?
David.
Hey, when you're gonna get in the shower or in the bathroom? 'Cause I'm getting in the shower. Johnny, you?
What?
Gotta get in the bathroom 'cause I'm getting in the shower.
No, we just finished off.
Okay.
We're going for 46 weeks and 20. Next tag always wins, you know? That is far. Bro, I had decent equity then. Should I lead here? No, let's play the same like we played before. King 10. Привіт. Зайшов на канал, думаю, спитаю, чому не їси. Бо останні 3 рази заходив, ти постійно їв. Ти одразу почав що жував. Я їм. During the gamma meeting. Like, some fruit, some berries, sometimes some snacks. Spending a lot of energy. Never see you play PLO. That's because I lost 300k in PLO. Yeah. That's because I'm bad in PLO. Alright, well, like, last customers, you know, like 4 minutes until the end of life. Yeah, remember E3 bots versus me that's just a cooldown. Okay. Hmm. This is ace deuce plus. No, swear. Chill. Chill, chill. Alright, it worked. In chat. Was that a good bluffy jam with Jack Deuce to pair? I don't know, tell me. You asked my opinion, so think why I jammed that. Because I think my hand is nuts, and like we have low whisper, but if you think about jamming or not jamming two pairs on the turn, think more. I would jam like second pair there. Not two pairs, but second pair for value. Oh, four wouldn't help there. We need 10 or king. What a bad beat. What a bad beat, bro. So what the difference between like losing king 10 versus summons and aces versus kings? There is no difference. For me, just zero. Так Ромео в покер програв чи просто промотав гроші? Ну, ти мене чому питаєш? Я не розумію. Чому ви мене питаєте? Спитайте Ромео. Він же там написав. Ну то сприймайте ту інформацію, як ви хочете, бо я знаю тільки те саме, що ви знаєте. I'm gonna check. Check. He's not checking. Why he pots that? What is that? Check on. should I vote on the flop? I don't know. Like, and now we're thinking about bluffing for 5 because like I don't have bluffs there. I don't know what he's gonna fold there. Like, maybe he's folding 2 pairs, maybe no, but I can bluff there. Alright. I should fold it. Sorry. Yeah, I almost folded, but like, I mean on the fold. Because why you would pot bet that? But like, oh, you Snapchat that. Just like Snapchat and then bam! Yeah, of course he outplayed me there. It could be a different way, right? Silly guy. But he outplayed me, yeah. That's true. I mean, I almost folded, but I didn't. I should fold. Should. Yeah, fold would be cool. Flop. Sevens, what do we do with sevens? We don't go crazy, but we can jam, I think. Still, we can jam. Yeah, we have to jam. Now we have to jam. So, like, 1-on-1, probably we would consider some calls, but I think we would jam anyway. But in this scenario, we jam. And if he got me, he got me. You know, he won fleet, and he got me post flop, and maybe he has aces, whatever. But like, it is part of the game. Like 3 hands, and yeah, and we done. I earned all chips like in like bajillion hours, and that guy comes and bam. But it's poker. That's very good jam. Any other options would lose. I had only very bad feeling about that because you know that guy he just came, won a flip, played that weird hand which was very good against me, and got this cooler. So what a difference when you're losing here after like many hours of building the stack, or like you're losing at the beginning. Good luck. But we had a good chance in that tournament. Missed white queen four, but anyway, I lost all chips. Like I lost 40 something bigs just pre-flop in colors. I could play that, of course. Like with queen four, I was close to fold there, but I didn't. I mean pre-flop. Oh, not pre-flop, on the fold. So we have $8,151 in buys and $125 in cashes. Жорстко на 2-2. Така, як в сенсі жорстко. То, ну, або вийде, або ні. От і все. Це ж не питання в тому, хто виграє. some frequency, but against that guy, I think I will 3-bet always. So like, I think theoretically you can 3-bet like whatever, like frequency like 20 to 30%. So this hand is 3-bettable. But I think against him we just 3-bet always. Why? Because I think he would open raise wider and he would overfold. That's my assumption. Hello, good luck, sir. Thank you much, Legendario. Also trying TT on Sundays, but in this type of game I can't stay so calm when the cooler kills me. I respect you a lot. Good luck. Thank you much. Oh, we have Queen King, Queen Jack everywhere. Queen Jack here, Queen Jack there. I'm not sure about that. I mean, Jack 10 I would jump. Marco is here. So we charge down. I have gut shot and overcut. I don't know, run of flash draw, that's not so good, but like anyway, we have 7.2 in the middle and 12 behind. Only one thing looks sus, that's his sizing. Anyway, we're going in, bro. We have nuts. Nut is good. Дивися, привіт, у тебе так багато запитань про Романа, бо думають, що ти містер А. А я не містер А. Та 1,7 мільйона для мене було б забагато. Я більше скажу теж, 3,5 мільйони доларів це все, що я, ну, майже все, що я заробив покером за все життя. 18 років. У мене ніколи не було 1,7 мільйона, в принципі, фактично на руках. You give him stack for free, terrible shot 27 bigs. Alright, sir. Probably you're gonna do that better. No problema. You know, poker is a great game because we all have chance. We have understand. We have our own vision of the game, and you can play like how you want to play, and I play how I want to play, and that's why we all play poker, right? We enjoy the process. But what is your motivation? Ask yourself and tell us, please. What is your motivation to come to streamer chat and tell him that his game was terrible? Can you please describe that? Like we all interested, like because like for me this is like very ununderstandable thingy. Like when someone comes into my chat and I play somehow, doesn't matter bad or good, it doesn't matter. And they want to tell me that that was a terrible guy, that was a terrible play. What the motivation factor for you? So I read your message and I answer on your message, and that would be very nice if you can answer on my message. And maybe you can add arguments like theoretical arguments or something like that. But if you can, I can understand. Just like, people wants to feel better when they criticize streamers. Those streamers, they have so much money because they have rich wives, or because they're streamers, you know. That's actually a very interesting topic. Why streamers can play poker from so high? What do you think? How it's possible? How it is freaking possible that stupid diners can afford that game? He just jammed 27 bigs with sevens. How dare you? I would never jam with even queens. I would call and see hello. Maybe you're right. This is just a pair, bro. Why you jam? Do you have a high stakes coach? No, bro. I don't have any coaches. Only that guy in chat, like AJDMS. He's my coach. You play the fields more tough, like the 2500s with 20 pivers. Are you winning play that? How I supposed to know that? I'm content creator, bro. I'm not playing poker for living, so I'm just doing what I do. Like, if I losing, I can afford that. Like, how much I lose? Like, I don't know. Let's say I played this tournament 2500s. What my ROI? Like, minus 5%. No problema. I can afford that. Minus 10%. No problema. If I'm losing $250 in this tournament, I can afford that. You can lose like the whole buy-in. I don't know my expectation, and honestly, I don't care. I'm just doing what I do. He's a professional poker player. He's very smart and well-known guy, so he knows what to do if you want to play for a living. But I'm playing to create a content. Не дуже розумію, Артема, твоє питання абсолютно про що ти і про яку ситуацію. Дай більше контексту. Hello, Dennis. Hope you're well. I'm absolutely well. I'm very good, bro. Thank you. I'm enjoying every single moment. Should we play against Daniel Peterson Queen 3 or just surrender? I think we have to play. What the bloody blow, bro. So we check raise or call? I think balls are good if he bets. Maybe he's checking. So we are 16 blinds behind, 5.3 in the middle. So it's PR3, he bets big. I'm gonna raise that, bro. Show the grow. What kind of grow you want to see, bro? What do you think about jamming? Or because like we have so many draws, or we can just raise and he's folding. He can't call something and fold. I don't know what exactly, but maybe HI. Definitely, I'm not folding my top pair. I don't think that I have to call now on this draw heavy board. I have three. Yeah, queen 3 is a good one. Gra. What kind of gra? I can show you my shots called gra if you want to. I'm gonna raise bigger because he has 9 bigs then. Who asked for gra? Ah, I see. I'm gonna drop everyone.
I'm gonna rack ribs and onions. Full rack? Full rack, yeah. Right. Yep. I'll send that quick box. I like public takeaway ones, you know? Whatever. Yeah.
So I will bet, like, I still can fold in his eyes. You can lose versus 9x. What kind of 9x you would have here? Deuce 9 suited. 10 9, Jack 9. Should we jump for value there? I think so. Not many straight, and some of them could even like lead jump, but I gotta jump for value. I'm not skipping that, bro.
Five for more.
It seems like ICM expect you to have kings. Who is it? ICM, and like when he's expected. Друже, привіт! Хай все буде добре, хай тобі щастить. Дякую тобі, друже, навзаєм. Have you won any of them all in pre with more chips? You win all the time 90%. You mean that super strategy when you have bigger stack you have to go all in? Yeah, it works for sure. Ask chat, bro. Can you tell about your poker career? How did you start? I started from $65 from scratches. But I finished my poker career like, let's say, 4 years ago or something. So, yeah, but that's long story. I don't want to speak about it now. You won't read this, maybe because you are humble European cow. I don't know what that, I don't know why you say like that, but whatever. But I know the guy talking bad about you in chat would be quiet if you had to go profit loss for profit loss. But give me, I don't know, I don't see any problems if he just like telling me that I played terrible, but I'm just put a question to him why he thinks so, and always like 100%, okay, 99% of the time they're not reacting, they just like disappear. Teddy Bear, fellas, thank you, Teddy, thank you for your support, my dear friend. Teddy Bear 5451. Why I should not listen to them? We can listen to them. I have no problems. Maybe he's my personal coach, huh? Це ми постами програмали, змусив мене цікавитися за тим на сайті, який я намагаюся обновити. Ти не один такий. Ти думаєш, що ми всі такі. Але там ніякого пояснення немає. Ну і що, я так розумію, що здебільшого це витрати на життя. Ну і поганий ран. Holy moly! What is going on? He's a streamer. He's a streamer, that's why he hits. Oh. But Pedro knew that he's a streamer. And he's gonna hit the trips, that's why Pedro checked. We are too bad here. Big.
Aaron!
You seem a bit excited today. Yeah, I slept like for 9 hours. Could you imagine that? 9 hours! That's so rare for me. And soon we will go to the vacation with family. Vamos! See? Streamer! From 0 to hero. You remember I had 10 bigs here? No. Queen 3, 5, 4. Dennis, how you can play those shitty hands and win chips? Because everything is rigged for Dennis. I love Daniel. He's a good guy.
Aaron. He's in the shower. You going out for supper, Aaron? Okay, Ryan was wondering.
Because everybody in the world should listen to what actors and comedians say because they're so qualified. Basically, shut the fuck up. Do your art and shut up. Nobody's interested in your opinions. That includes me, who I vote for, who I like. Who the fuck do you think you are? People in America work hard for their living and they don't want to be lectured to by people who live in mansions and drive Rolls Royces. It's time for everybody in the entertainment industry to shut their pie hole and just do your art. Nobody cares what you think. I don't.
Okay.
What will Mark Ruffalo, however he pronounces his name? Ruffalo, Buffalo. What does Mark think about politics? I don't care.
So you think celebrities should stay out of the politics talk?
Well, we both agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Or go to Kylie Jenner and ask her what she thinks of the war so far.
Yeah, you couldn't have put that any better, and it goes for every country. You don't want to hear celebrities' opinions on politics or listen to them pretend that they care and virtue signal about problems that normal people have when they're rich themselves. It's like Billie Eilish pretending that capitalism's terrible and Elon Musk should give all his money away when she lives in a mansion. When it comes to celebrities' opinions on these matters, in the famous words of Stephen A. Smith,
I'm here to tell you right now.
We don't care.
We don't care. We don't care.
I swear on the Bible. I really am torn between all the situations because I don't have any ill will towards you, and same for you, Ashley. But it's one thing when someone volunteers to swear on the Bible, and it's another when you impose that on them.
Like Abby, you like to swear on the
Yes,
Bible.
I swear. I solemnly swear.
Okay.
And I felt like that was a manipulation tactic, and Ashley wanted her redemption story. Like she's been through a lot.
You guys are gonna potentially get the last laugh.
Yes, we've made this plan since day 5. You said we don't owe anyone anything, and put myself first.
Abby, focus on yourself. Know that you deserve it and that you've done your part.
And I know that I am forgiven by God, and He knows my heart. The point is, I'm going to put myself first, and like you said, we don't owe anyone anything. And the last part is for Ashley. That's all I have to say.
but you put a hand on the Bible, don't trust them. You should have never got in a position where he had to trust them, especially your ex-girlfriends, man. But the way she's acting like he forced it upon her is complete fucking bullshit. It looks like he mentioned it to her, and she happily put a hand on the Bible. They planned it before, they fucked him, and they got the money.
Is there a male champion, regardless of weight,
Yep.
that you believe you?
I beat Rolly. He's the world champion.
Rolly Ramirez. So I'm way taller than him, way longer than him, and got better boxing skills. But how about one of his punches, though? Did you not hear what I said? It's hard for somebody smaller to hurt somebody that's bigger.
Well, I said Rolly would beat you. Yes, I believe he would stop you. Yes, in a 12-round fight. Yes, I believe Rolly would stop you.
So did you say that or no?
I said he would beat you, but I do believe he would stop you.
A stop you was a knockout, right?
Okay, TKO, KO, whatever you want. Hey, they throw the towel in, whatever you want to use, whatever you want to use.
No.
Is she delusional thinking that she beat Rolly Romero in a fight when he's a top level boxer and she got knocked down by a guy who's not even known? Flashback.
Oh.
Damn.
Men are more tolerant of their political enemies than women are of their own allies. According to this large survey that asked college students whether they would allow or ban speakers who promoted controversial ideas on campus, they found that men were 3.5 times more likely than women to allow anyone to speak, even people they completely disagreed with. And that was true for every political group, like liberal, conservative, libertarian, moderate, and even democratic socialist men were more consistently tolerant than women. This means that America's division is now more about gender than politics when it comes to censorship and free speech.
Not surprising at all, is it? I mean, it's a pretty feminine trait to be offended by other people's opinions and start crying about it.
Yo, you crazy. They need to stop letting crackheads. They need to stop.
That's a lot. He's out of Wakanda, though, doesn't he? right? If you got to pee in a rush, save someone's life. How pissed off would you be? You get to heaven and you realise the fat motherfucker didn't come and inject you some insulin quick enough.
If you see every successful man, it's because they have an amazing woman with them.
Not really. You guys come when we build the castle. Like
Thanks.
you wouldn't date someone who doesn't have his own apartment. So when the guy's a businessman, he's making money. That's when he gets the girl, right? So you guys come when there's a nest. That's why they call you chicks, right? You guys are all gold diggers.
They come when we reach the destination. A lot of them aren't interested when we're on the journey.
You right-wing extremists are into that gender binary, which is very oppressive.
So I'm just gonna just really fast. I'm not a right-wing extremist. I'm actually a United
You
States.
have American flag on your shirt.
I'm a United States Air Force veteran. My parents are legal immigrants from the Middle East. I don't give into the right wing. I'm not right wing just because I don't give into that. Like for instance, what first of all,
Do you believe there are two genders?
yes, I believe there's.
Then you're a right-wing extremist.
That has nothing to do with being right wing. There's men and women, and some people have gender dysphoria.
Did you wear a mask during the pandemic?
I definitely did not wear a mask.
Then you are a right-wing extremist.
If you think someone is a right-wing extremist for believing in two genders and you're still wearing a face mask, you're a fucking retard.
This is not real society, and so it's all been a mirage. So they spend a lot of money creating this image of themselves as safe and secure places where you don't pay taxes and you make a lot of money. So put all your money here, and people were putting their money in Dubai. But guess what? Just one drone, one ballistic missile has destroyed this mirage, and once this mirage is destroyed, it doesn't come back. So you can expect billions and billions of dollars to leave the GCC, especially the UAE, for the next few weeks.
And is this a paid marketing campaign? I'm sure you've seen these influencers. Can we expect that they're trying to do damage control?
Yeah, they are. And honestly, these influencers also have property in Dubai, right? So it's in their best interest to maintain the image that Dubai is still vibrant. But look, once a mirage is punctured, you can't see it again. Okay, so I mean, it's done. I don't see a future here.
Dubai has never appealed to me. I don't really see what all the fuss is about, apart from the low tax. I wouldn't want to go there anyway. And now this war's going on and there's fucking drones flying about there. People are there mostly for the safety of it. It doesn't surprise me at all that it's going to shit.
What's the nicest thing you ever done for him? And did you do it, bro? Yeah? Okay, black guy. Would you let your man date other people? Hell no. Where are you being a chismosa right now? Do you have two? What the f*** how you do that, bro? That's your son. So how does this work? Who's your main girl? Alright, kiss both of them. Kiss her and then kiss her. Hey, kiss me too, bro. Look at her all mad. Look at her. Why do women get mad when they see other women happy? They're happy. They're happy. There's a secret out there, you know? Let your man look other business. It goes both ways? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I'll kill you. It was that poop. That's not the exercise. It's so heavy, not all of us used to. God damn, bro. It's so heavy. I'm getting through it.
First time I've seen Doug speechless. That wasn't me that muted the video. The original video was already muted, but he basically said, not all of us used to smash big girls. Because the weight's so heavy, you can't pull it, and Unk's used to doing that, so it's easy for him to do.
I've never paid attention to me tonight. I'm so sick of this shit. Oh my god. Touch a boob, buy a drink. I mean, it's like very simple. Okay, so I recently went to a singles event, and it was 90% women. And I was wondering, like, where's all the dudes?
with 1,000 singles in attendance. Like, are we all living the same life at this point? Because I've never been in a room with that many single people, even thought that it was even. I thought I was like the only one left. I mean, beautiful women, all types, shapes, and sizes. Where are the men? Where are the men? Again, don't know. Never mind.
They're at home on the game, watching a movie with their friends, watching sports, lifting weights, minding their own business and keeping peace of mind. If a good woman comes in their life, one that actually doesn't ruin their peace, then I'm sure a lot of them are open to it. The thing is, a lot of women that you find at singles events are usually the ones that are past their peak, the ones that have been going mad in their 20s, and they're just looking for a nice guy to use for their 40s, basically, and to have kids with.
It's just not about putting on the best fights possible anymore. Dana isn't the owner, and he isn't calling the shots, and he isn't running things that the way that he wants, because he's an employee of the company. It was a big mistake of theirs to not let him just run things the way that he always has. Oh, he knows the White House card stuff. It's like he knows that they were pushing this for over a year, and it fell extremely short of expectations. I mean, he was so upset about it. He was talking about a fight falling out the day before. You know, it's I can guarantee you he's not happy with it either. It used to be that UFC was the best place that you could come in combat sports to make a living and be paid fairly, and now it's no longer. It's one of the worst places to go. Why so many of their top athletes are leaving to go and find pay elsewhere. It's why their champions like Valentina are selling pictures of their titties on OnlyFans. You know, like these people are, a lot of them at the ground level, they can't support their families. They're living poverty level, fighting full time. This company just got $7.7 billion. There's no reason that they can't afford to pay their athletes at least a living wage.
I'm happy I'm out of that. That's all what I can say.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You got boxers like Conor Ben getting paid 15 million for a fight, and then some UFC fighters that defended their belt several times, not making anywhere near that. Now, when it comes to the OnlyFans thing, unfortunately, there's a lot more men that want to see the boobies than they do a woman fight when it comes down to it. But with the rest of what she says, I actually agree with it.
What the? Okay, tell them how old you is. 37. How many kids you got? And that's no cap, right? Look at it. But I just can't even. Look at her. Look at her. I'm on this one. She is a grown ass lady. Like, I'm supposed to be gone 45 minutes ago. I can't leave.
Sit down, Zumot. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They're out of San Francisco. They're woke. They don't give a shit. And they'll just take the word of some mentally ill ghoul in Washington. You know? And again, if I do get it back, do I really want to stay there? Just knowing at the drop of a hat, they'll take it away, refund everybody? Like, I don't think that's good. I think that's bad business. Thank you, Block Party. I appreciate it, Blocked Party, for gifting a membership. This is the only thing we can do to stick it back in John and Ava's face. I hope they're watching. You're not going to win the war. It's called World War Z for a reason. I'm going to win. I might be down, I might be out, but you're not going to take me down. Sunday Jenna, everybody. Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. We are doing it. John, you see, this is what happens, John. This is how dumb you are, stuttering John. Ava. Once you attack somebody and you go after their livelihoods, the people rise up. They see through all the nonsense. They see through the bullshit. So, taking Kevin down for 7 to 10 days, more people are going to support him. Taking Shuli down, more people are going to support him. This is what happens. So you think you're hurting us, but at the end of the day, These people are going to rise up and see through the bullshit. You're only hurting yourself. Thank you, Sunday Jenna, for gifting 5. We're almost there, right? Kevin Brennan was right. Ava got the Muttley laugh. Evil. I mean, yeah, that's the only thing. I made fun of her laugh. Oh, I guess that's a violation, right, Patreon? That I made fun of her ghoulish laugh? What about when she's calling me a cocksucker? Or a piece of shit?
It's no secret that the list of movies I'm genuinely excited for in 2026 is thinner than your average Hollywood actress since the discovery of Ozempic, but one of the standouts for me was Project Hail Mary, a science fiction adventure based on an excellent novel of the same name. It had, in theory at least, all the elements I've been craving from Hollywood in recent years. A genuinely interesting concept based on an original IP that isn't a sequel or a reboot of some dinosaur franchise from 40 years ago, a complex narrative that delves into a bit of hard science that doesn't insult the audience's intelligence, and all built around a heartwarming story of friendship and loyalty that transcends language, culture, and even species in this case. The only question was whether co-directors Phil Lord and Chris Miller would be able to do it justice. And the answer, thank God, is yes. Project Hail Mary is one of those rare beasts these days that manages to strike the perfect balance in pretty much every respect. A big budget blockbuster that's more than just a bunch of dumb characters in big green rooms saying lines designed for trailers, allowing the story to unfold at its own pace without rushing or getting bogged down, delivering some decent action set pieces without using them as a crutch, working in a bit of levity without devolving into parody, emphasizing the importance of logic, rationality, and science to overcome problems, and most importantly, never losing sight of the very human story at its core. In short, it's a really goddamn good movie that actually made me feel positive and optimistic by the time the credits rolled. And to explain why, allow me to furnish you with a non-spoilery plot synopsis. The movie opens cold with our main man, Dr. Ryland Grace, waking up from an induced coma aboard the spaceship, the Hail Mary, which is now light years away from Earth somehow. The rest of the crew died when their life support machines failed en route, leaving him alone with no memory of how he got there, who he is, or what he's supposed to be doing. But as his memories slowly start to return, we learn through a series of flashbacks that planet Earth is in crisis. The sun's energy is literally being consumed by a space parasite known as astrophage, and if something isn't done about it soon, the planet will freeze within a couple of generations and humanity will be wiped out. The only hope is one particular star about 11 light years from Earth, which seems to be the only one that isn't affected by the astrophage. So the Hail Mary was created to travel there using the astrophage itself as fuel, figure out what the fuck is happening, and hopefully return the data to Earth so they can replicate it in time to save the world. Boy, that escalated quickly. No pressure then. Grace is just coming to terms with all of this stuff when suddenly he discovers he's not alone in this solar system. Another spacecraft from another world has also arrived here, and before long, they make the first clumsy attempt to communicate with him. What follows is a slow, often humorous, but always fascinating relationship that develops between Grace and Rocky, his fellow traveler, who he eventually discovers was sent here on the same mission as himself, because his own son is being consumed by the astrophage as well. And given that they're literally the only sentient beings within like 1 billion miles, the two agree to work together to find a solution. But will they uncover the secret to saving both their worlds in time? And when unforeseen disasters threaten them both, will Grace choose loyalty to his new friend or his own future? There's a lot of things to praise about Project Hail Mary, and I might as well start with the biggest and most obvious one. The friendship between Grace and Rocky, which forms the emotional heart of the story, and might be one of the best examples I can think of for how to create an empathetic but genuinely alien character that you can't help but like because he's actually well written and well developed, instead of looking like a person merged with a cat and painted blue because it's cute. He's basically a giant crab made out of stone. He doesn't even have a fucking face, but he works as a character because of a potent combination of excellent writing and great puppeteering that invests him with way more personality and likability than the entire Navi race combined. And I say puppeteering because that's exactly what they used here. He's actually a physical presence in the movie instead of some shitty CGI creation. He's funny, quirky, and weird because he obviously doesn't understand human culture. He's highly intelligent, but in a way that functions very differently from us. But he's also loyal and trusting, willing to risk his life for Grace. And in a pretty heartwarming little scene, he's crushingly lonely and desperate for any kind of interaction after years spent alone, even if it's with a completely alien species. It's this universal and very human need for connection that really drives the bond between these
Fuck
two
off.
characters, and it lets you overcome the fact that it's basically Ryan Gosling interacting with a walking puppet. Speaking of which, in a movie that's pretty sparse on human characters, Gosling obviously has to do most of the heavy lifting here, and shit, man, he rises to the occasion pretty well. We're more used to seeing him playing stoic, quiet, brooding sort of characters, so it's a nice change of pace to watch him pull off a more verbose, high energy kind of role. He's highly intelligent and resourceful, but he's also geeky, shit scared, and overwhelmed by the task he's facing, and well, you can kind of understand why. He's definitely not a hero when you first meet him, and he has some very human moments of vulnerability and self-doubt, but he grows into something much stronger and better by the ends. So basically, you've got two very contrasting but likable characters with different skill sets who learn to pool their resources to overcome a seemingly impossible problem. I mean, it's not exactly rocket science. Oh wait, I guess it kinda is. But it's very effective, and when it's implemented properly, it's a joy to watch. You're instantly rooting for both of these characters because they very much earned it. There's a strong theme running through Andy Weir's books about the importance of rationality, science, clear methodical thinking, and patient determination to overcome massive challenges. Just like in The Martian, where Mark Watney has to science the shit out of his situation, patiently solving one problem after another to keep himself alive, so Hail Mary follows the same pattern. Grace and Rocky not only have to overcome the problem of mutual communication, but also the much bigger challenges of figuring out how to stop the astrophage and how to get that information back to their home planets, not to mention a bunch of unforeseen challenges and disasters that hit them along the way. It's a battle that's fought with hard work, creativity, experimentation, and improvisation rather than some big contrived action scene. Yeah, the film does gloss over a few segments and plot points from the book that would have been too long-winded and tedious to show on screen, but for the most part, it's pretty fucking faithful to the source material. And I don't know, man, it's just nice to see a big-budget movie that actually credits its audience with a bit of intelligence and maturity for a change. We used to get films like this all the time, believe it or not, and I think they're long overdue a resurgence. Will you get more out of the experience if you've read the book first? Probably, but I don't think it's essential. There's more than enough here for you to grapple with as an audience all by itself. Ultimately, I went into Project Hail Mary with high hopes, and for once, the film absolutely lived up to them. It's an exciting, tense, funny, heartwarming, and inspiring story of friendship, sacrifice, and loyalty set against the backdrop of an epic science fiction adventure with the highest stakes imaginable. A movie that tells its story and tells it well, and for that reason, it gets a drinker recommends from me. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Watching you is much better than playing myself. Keep being you, my man. Thank you. I will. Hey man, I've been a passive viewer for quite a while. Okay, that was the first message. Just letting you know your positive has helped me through my gamble problems. I'm really happy to have my friend. I got an almost completely out of that cavalcada. Congrats. I'm really happy and thank you very much for your feedback. Is there only registered 3 players? Yes, only 3 players. But we're gonna buzz them and they're gonna re-entry. Just wait. I have a scenario on my end. I know. Everything is scripted. Mr. Jinx! Hello! You win. Very interesting. Lame, 5 bigs. I would be happy to jump, but like this looks strong. I mean, -6 is not so good there. Why you play 3 max tournaments with 2 more hours of live usage? Why not? That's amazing. I love this tournament. I have insane results in this tournament. Just like insane, basically. I will find it for you. This screenshot, I think. Yeah. This is the filter only $500 tournaments, and like the second tournament that is exactly that tournament. I played it 63 times. And you can check my results. He raised pre-flop I call, he bets I call. Why he bet small? Why you bet small, bro? You want to lose? I think here I'm gonna bet, and I'm gonna bet small. But the reason, because like my range has just a crazy equity, and he has overcards, and I don't. So if I would have like let's say ace deuce, I would check, but I would not have ace deuce there. But whatever, like king deuce. Can you show my notes? Said what? Yes, I can. Title пасивний любитель. 3-bet push 12 блайндів проти опену в 2 ставах hijack. Passive recreational player. Hi. Too much. Bro. That could be interesting outcome. What he has? He has ace highs. Sometimes flushes. He could have a jack. He could, but like not jamming here. I'm going super small. He has king queen sometimes. He has flushes sometimes, but he has bluff sometimes.
That first catch, Dad.
Anyway, why I didn't choose to jump? Because I think my blocker with jack wouldn't work because I'm blocking. If I would have flush, I would jump, of course. Hello. Whatever, bro. Like that's so silly when people react like that. When I am nuts, I could jump there. Maybe there is a chance that I can. I was well invited and hoping for a call or a jump. I mean, and people reacting like, "Wow, he did something." But what he did? Like, I mean, you had a flash when I took two, not took two, but two birds. That's what. Maybe I could butt fold because, like, if you, but actually, let's make it know. Maybe we're gonna fold next time. Yeah, why not? Do you know that guy? Like back in the days, he was one of the toughest players in heads up. So he played heads up professionally for many years. So he's definitely much better than I am in heads ups. That's very important. Raise, spot, check, raise, call, bet, raise or call versus small never fold, right? Let's say I raise, but let's say I call, but I can raise with decent frequency here, but also 5 high. Okay, why not? No problem. We can bluff it later. At least we know that we have hand for bluff. We have hand for bluff. Okay. Nice hand. Доброго вечора. Вітаю, Андрій. What the point of this tournament? Joy? Like, what the point? I enjoy. Lead ISO. What the point of tournaments, like, bro? Let's play different three. We could go for a big here. Oh. Fuck, that's too good, like, to check call there, no? Alright, but I'm not sure, like, I think we have value on the reverse, so I'm not sure. I'm gonna send them. I can imagine, like, how I but call there, but, like, I was thinking about but calling. Yeah, that's fantastic. And I decided to not call that, so I didn't bet. Check.
This little cat boy.
He's
needs
very
good.
emotional. Nick Fuentes texted me this. Was it last Friday? I guess it's Friday. Nick Fuentes calls out Jimmy Dore for me. Okay, let's listen. He got upset at us. Or he's upset at us. So here's what he says.
Shameful by Jimmy Dore and Kurt Metzger. They said you support Trump, take Latinx to gold, and that you look like a pedo. So best to assume.
So he's reading some super chat. It says shameful by Jimmy Dore and Kurt Metzger. They said you support Trump. Take. I don't think we did say this. Here's what we said.
So why does he have Nick Fuentes on at all? Nick Fuentes didn't support Trump. Nick Fuentes said he was voting for Kamala, so that doesn't.
Oh my! You know what? You're right. So do you want me to show any more of that, Kurt?
No, but then show Nick going after the
whoever. Yeah. So here's Nick saying
shameful by Jimmy Dore and Kurt Metzger. They said you support Trump, take Latinx to gold, and that you look like a pedo. So best to assume.
So I just showed you that. You didn't say.
You said I look like he looks like a pedo. I mean, by the way, he looks like a Twinkie to me. He looks like the cowboy from the Village People, but I don't remember saying pedo.
Back in reality, they both slandered over RFK and Tulsi.
I was the only one that said not to vote for Trump. And here's the best: numbnuts. Jim.
Are you nuts? Can you feel your nuts?
I don't know. You know, he is a bit psychic. Like my balls have been a little unresponsive lately.
You know, this kid's got a sense about dude's balls. It's like he's taking a nut. I'll put it that way, Jim.
I gotta tell you, he's spot on with that.
He just has to scan him with his mouth one time and find out how you're doing down there. Disregard the police.
Trump. And here's the best: numbnuts. Jimmy Dore, what a fucking pussy you are. Whoa. He schedules me to come on the show, and then the morning of, he goes, "Oh, I have to cancel. I didn't do my research." You pussy. You have to do your research? You chickened out, you chicken shit liberal. You chicken shit leftist. He scheduled me to be on the show. He canceled the morning of and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I haven't done my research." What does that even mean? It's an interview. You have to know everything about me to ask me things about myself? What?
I think just some things he didn't know that you should know, Jimmy. That's all. You know, like advocating Stalin. Let's just take a small thing that's not a big deal. Saying he loves Stalin. Saying it's gay to have sex with women. Those are little things that don't matter that much. But that's the kind of thing that this little piece of shit's in a blind spot to adults. So Mikey No More, Mikey, N-O-H, M-O-R-E, and Keto Casino. Fine work they do, documenting this imbecile. And I'm going to put him in people's sight. If there's the last thing I do, I want to see people understand who this phony sack of shit is. Again, no one's asking about January 6th. I want to answer why you didn't go to jail. Owen Schroyer went to jail, did he not?
So I think what he just revealed there was, I think he accidentally just told everybody that he doesn't do any research if he interviews somebody, because every good host brings guests on that he has not one single clue about them, and then goes in with cold questions like Chris Farley in an SNL sketch.
Yeah, that's called doing it good. That's called the Nelk Boys way.
He argues like he's in a relationship with me, like he's trying to come up with every word he thinks will hurt me, and he just says it with. He's very emotional. He's very emotional.
It's a strange thing to say to an older man as a young straight trad cat boy.
Yeah, he's got more to say. He's got more. So he's saying that I shouldn't do research.
What's the matter with you?
What's that?
You chicken shit, unfunny liberal.
Now he's really throwing it at me now. Now that does hurt.
I call you a liberal shit, unfunny chicken. So I feel like
he's kind of cribbing you, but that does hurt. Calling me unfunny. My hour special on Comedy Central was chosen best of the year by.
Or was it chosen by a Mexican Führer? The Catboy Führer has spoken.
Anyway.
Then he does this show today and just lies about me. Says, "Yeah, Alex and Nick supported Trump when he did this."
I don't think I said that about him, but
I specifically in the clip said that he said vote Kamala because he was having a brat summer. Nothing
ain't sus about that, by the way. Ain't nothing zesty about Nick declaring Brad Summer as a boy, but he was not saying to vote for Trump.
Yeah, Trump. I mean,
Which I said on the last episode, so that's why I
you
didn't get
literally just said that he didn't support Trump. He said you said that he said to vote Kamala. Okay, hang on.
What are you talking about? I opposed all of that, you fucking liar.
No,
So
I
what?
said that.
I guess we're still working on the research then. He had to do all this research to interview me and ask me my opinions. Now he's going to talk shit. He still doesn't know anything about me. Maybe that.
Well, why don't you come on the show then, and you can straighten me out?
Nick didn't research what we said, is what I realize now, which is funny as hell. And also, because you invited him to come on, by the way, he's free to come on and straighten it out. He won't get back to you, right?
Well, here, let me finish this. Then I'll show
If
you.
Nick, your listener, told you the wrong thing, assume that's a real person, you didn't write that yourself. Well, assume it's a real person, they told you the wrong. I said exactly the opposite, buddy.
That's why you do an interview, stupid ass. But you know what? That guy has no integrity. It's more shameful on him. You can say whatever you want about me. They are lies. You can lie about my position. It's a matter of public record. It's on Twitter. It's on the show. Everybody knows that. You can say whatever you want. Here's the difference. You clearly have no integrity. You have no integrity, and you have no credibility. You want to talk trash? If that's just trash talk to you, whatever. But that just goes to show you have zero integrity. You won't have me on because you're afraid of losing your sponsors. You're afraid of getting banned or what?
My sponsors? No. What sponsors? No. I make them up on AI. Nick, I said the opposite of that. And also, as far as integrity goes, I'd still like to know why you didn't go to jail on January 6th.
It's funny that
still doesn't make sense.
It really hurts you. I mean, it really hurts your argument when you have to just make up stuff like that. I'm afraid to lose my sponsors, and that's why I didn't bring them up. So, okay.
That's like, talk about not researching who you're talking about at all.
At all.
You know, before I met you, Jimmy, let's all remember, I was in Livonia, Michigan. I had to sign a contract that I wouldn't call any of the people a cunt in the audience because you had been there the week before. That's when I first heard of you.
True story.
You're afraid of something, and then you go and lie about me because you don't care about the truth. You don't care about the truth at all. So actually, you're only insulting yourself with that whole attitude. You can say things about me. Everybody knows that's not true. You can say he supported Trump. It's a matter of public record. I didn't
say that.
Then why would it upset you? If everybody knows that, then it shouldn't upset you that much. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, it's okay.
Don't question your super chats ever, dude.
It's all right. He's okay.
Everyone knows that. On the contrary, you look like a complete fucking asshole and a coward. You have no integrity. You have no credibility. You are a pussy.
Come on the show.
I think he's trying to get me to break up with him.
I don't see any other option. I see no other explanation than that, Jimmy.
I think it really.
That ain't how you talk to your daddy, son.
He's trying to get me to break up with him.
This little cat boy.
He's very emotional.
I'm like, don't get
this is
the
why it
spray
will
bottle.
never come from the left.
This is why
You
what?
understand? And this is why it will never come from the left. You understand that, right? It will never come from the left because that's how they are. It's never going to come from Jimmy Dore. It's never going to come from Breaking Points News because these are chicken shit liberals. And that's why the revival's never going to come from them. Because they are weak and they are cowards. And fundamentally, they're just not real. They're just not real. They're still paying lip service to trannies and feminism and fucking...
This guy jerks off to that. This guy jerks off to that. Or paying lip service. That's your thing, dude. I had Blair White on talking about it. I'm like, that's who he's into. Blair's the passive strange you ever did see.
I mean,
I don't blame the young man.
We haven't gone that far. It's to sell Epstein merch. Have we sweatshirts and?
I actually am selling Jeffrey Epstein merch. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein prison blanket.
And that's because you have integrity.
Hey, I practice what I preach. The guy had Riz, Jimmy.
The guy. What did he say? That Epstein
had aura. Jeffrey Epstein had some major aura. And you know what? You gotta admit, that's real. That's true.
That is true. And that's the kind of thing you say when you have integrity.
Black people destroying all the cities. They're crying over George.
Wait, hang on. I gotta back this up.
They're still paying lip service to trannies and feminism and fucking black people destroying all the cities. They're crying over George Floyd, blazing Ilhan Omar.
You know, Jimmy Dore has no integrity. He keeps defending black people. I don't think that's the own you think it is.
Jimmy, those are his porn searches he listed. Black people destroying things, glazing Ilhan Omar. I rest my case.
Okay. I think we've given Black Lives Matter a good dressing down here at this show. But anyway, it's okay.
Wait, just
What?
we did give it a good dressing.
We did give it a good dressing down. We've called it out as being a
where it just says erosion,
Yeah, put it up.
immortality. But if you go down a little bit, you can see where it says those who consume erosion typically have E4, not blood in their veins. They have some special thing that's not blood anymore. And I'm not even joking when I say this. There's a primary source.
Wait. Say that's. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been trying to figure out what the hell this means. This thing that Nathan Wright said to Merkel one time.
Johnny with the jacks. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Gonna raise it up to the positive room.
And I think we all learned quickly that I guess there is still some rules that you can kind of put in your back pocket, allegedly. Now, we don't know the ins and outs of this entirely. I think the whole world knew Max Crosby wasn't healthy, right? Wasn't that kind of the big deal with him? But the Raiders situation is he wanted to play. They said he couldn't play. Pete Carroll came out and said, like, doctors just said we can't do this. And then
It's gamble
Max
up.
Crosby felt disrespected by the Raiders because he's like, all I ever tried to do is play for the
Oh,
Raiders. Everybody
bad
wants to
gamble.
trade somewhere else. All I want to do is play for the Raiders. I
Two
want to play for the Raiders.
spades.
Now you guys won't let me play because are you trying to tank to get the number one overall pick? That's not what I want to be a part of. Then he heard the stories coming out like Max never won. High school he never won. College he never won. Now in the NFL he's never won. Maybe it's time for him to start thinking about winning because the team that he thought he was so close with obviously had a disagreement at the end of the day. Whole new generation in for the Raiders. Whole new movement of Raiders. Let's move on from Max Crosby, and in doing so, we'll get 2 number ones as well. So we move on into a next generation with Fernando Mendoza, Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Tom Brady, probably a little bit more hands-on. We'll move on from the Max Crosby era of the Raiders. We'll thank him for his shit. There'll be no bad blood, but we'll also get a lot in return. In the Ravens, Jesse Minter, how you doing? Keep moving your defensive head coach. You got Lamar Jackson on one side. Now you got the Condor on the other side. It all made sense. It all felt like it made sense. All teams started acting accordingly. All other free agents in certain positions are acting accordingly. You got guys signing on the Raiders for prove-it deals, basically. At quarterback rushing positions, I'll take a 1-year prove-it deal if I'm going to get an opportunity to get on the field. You got other people making signings. You got Baltimore Ravens kind of hamstring because of what they got bringing in there. Can't do other stuff. So everything kind of goes how it goes. And then last night we get a message. Yeah, Ravens said we ain't doing it. Nope. He failed a physical. Well, we all knew he was going to fail physical. Didn't we kind of know that's kind of how we got to this whole situation with the injuries is kind of what it all is. Yeah, couldn't pass physical. So sorry, we need us 2 ones back also too. We fucking need those injuries. Right. And also, yeah, we're signing Trey Hendrickson for 4 years, 115 million, same exact position, and we still have our 2 number 1 picks for this year and next year. It's like, wait a minute, whoa. So how many days until Wednesday? I guess this is the interesting thing about the tampering period when nothing become official until Wednesday, and then being able to just say, nah, we ain't doing that because you failed a physical, even though everybody thought he was going to fail physical anyways, until probably like June-ish, I think, July. Just an interesting dynamic here that doesn't look like it's good for the football gods. It doesn't feel like this has been handled right. Joining us now is a man who was an NFL team doctor for a long, long time, still a practicing physician, I do believe, and also he is owner and operator of the
Sports Injury Central,
which are a group of doctors and former sports medical people that watch injuries happen, and then they give their immediate diagnosis and projections. Remember, whenever we're calling games, we're like, we're not a doctor, we're not going to try to guess what that injury is. That's what they actually do. They do try to guess it. They put out publicly, and they are normally spot on. On Monday, this man actually said, we wonder what the Ravens do with the physical because we all kind of know that he's probably not going to be able to pass it. It turns out to be that story. We appreciate him joining us right now in the middle of his workday, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Chow. How you doing, Doc? Thank you for taking time on this ever-present moment here of team physicians making decisions, seemingly. Can you kind of just take us through why on Monday you put out the video wondering about the physical with the Baltimore Ravens? And can any team do this, I guess? Just kind of say, well, we don't like the physical, and how normal is this, if that makes sense, Doc?
Yeah, thank you. You are catching me between surgeries here, so sorry for the attire and so forth. But yeah, on Monday on my podcast, I said, look, if it's a meniscus repair, that's something that you can't pass a physical in 2 months, and it's only been 2 months. So the Ravens would have to project him to pass a physical. But there's an additional issue that's implied here. Apparently, they did additional studies, and it's not just can he be ready for this season. Is it worth the 2 first draft picks in terms of did they find some wear and tear on his knee with the additional studies? And yes, the Ravens, it's a bad look, but they are 100% within their right to determine a failed physical, not only based on today not being able to pass the physical, but the projection or long-term health projections. And that's what's in question here. Your Colts just signed Daniel Jones. He technically fails the physical today from his Achilles, but they're not worried about it, and they're going to pass him on that portion. The Ravens, for some reason, were worried about it long-term, and there's nothing the Raiders can do about it. The league will not investigate. This is just the way that it is.
Okay, Doc, I appreciate you giving us the real scoop and the intel on how it actually works, the projection of potential passing of a physical in the future, and also degenerative stuff potentially happening. Is this one of those things, and I know you doctors are all super geniuses, so I don't want to knock anything, but is this something where one doctor will say, there's not a problem, and another doctor could say it is a problem. So the Ravens can be within their right saying our doctor said it was a problem, even if there was another doctor that said, whoa, like if another team today trades for Max Crosby, gives a first rounder and a second rounder, and then their doctors pass the physical, it can be a differing of opinion, right, when you're trying to project what the future is, especially whenever it comes to elite athletes and stuff like that?
100%. Doctors' analysis in some ways are like a scouting report. One GM may have this player graded as a first rounder, another as a high second rounder. They're not all unanimous on their opinions. And I don't think anyone's saying Max Crosby can't play football this fall. I think what the Ravens are saying is we're worried about our long-term investment in terms of what we might get based on what we're now seeing with the knee. Certainly they exchange medical information ahead of time. And the simple analogy I'll give you is when you purchase a home or sell a home, you enter escrow. There is a 10 or 14-day inspection period. And if the inspection doesn't go as planned for the buyer, they can unilaterally cancel the contract. The roof doesn't have to leak for you to cancel the contract. You can just say, the roof is older than I thought it was and might need to be replaced earlier than I thought it was, so I'm not buying this home unless you discount it, or I'm dropping out of escrow. And that's probably the similar situation analogy that I would give you.
Okay, on that note, if I publicly announced that I was buying a house, and the house publicly was announcing that I was buying it as well, there's a massive celebration and a big deal, and the roof wasn't leaking water, I would assume that I would be okay with the physical being passed. It appears as if they found out. Now, granted, our sources have told us that Trey Hendrickson was dreaming, if he was going to go to the Ravens, of playing with Max Crosby. That's kind of what all the intel is from the Trey Hendrickson camp that we have learned, both from Schefter and from our own research into that world, is that they were basically fantasizing about a time with he and Max Crosby on the same D line. So I don't think they potentially knew that was the case. But as soon as that deal gets announced, and they still have the 1 and the 2, it's like, ooh, this was clearly we didn't know, but now we can, and we get buyer's remorse type deal. It's what the initial public reaction is, that it's a bad deal. How often does this take place? It doesn't feel like this happens that often, especially with how highly sought after Max Crosby.
This is so emblematic of where we are as a country. And of course it's in Birmingham. Yeah, those cars on either side of the road blocking the fire engine from getting through. They've not just stopped there temporarily for whatever reason. They've parked there. People are literally just parking anywhere they like, similar to the kind of chaos you'd see in African or South Asian countries. So take a wild guess where in Birmingham this problem is particularly chronic. Small Heath and Allen Rock. Now, Jamie, pull up the ONS data on Small Heath and Allen Rock. Shocker. Now watch this BBC News report on the issue, which contains so many UK-isms, it's almost comical.
God forbid anybody needs an emergency services, and emergency services can't come here. Who's going to be held accountable?
No one, because ethnic enclaves eviscerate high-trust societies.
There's 2 cars now on my right, and then immediately ahead, a car on the left. God, this is tight. There are side view mirrors of parked cars that look as if they've been hit. Those who live here have had enough.
People don't just park, say, on one side, double park on one side. They park on both sides, so see, and then you're just going in and out, swerving in and out.
There's literally not a single white person in the entire report.
This area is not just residential. There are businesses even lining the side streets, with supermarkets, places of worship, schools, and even a football ground.
I have to remind you again that this, at least nominally, is in England.
Everyone I spoke with said they've raised the issue with Birmingham City Council.
Who did they raise the issue with? Councillor Majid Mahmood.
In a statement, Councillor Majid Mahmood said, double parking is an issue we are aware of in a number of neighbourhoods across the city, including Small Heath and Allen Rock.
Who's really to blame?
But those living here feel enough isn't getting done.
The authorities have done nothing about it.
So if anybody's to blame, it's not the people.
No, it's not the people who are actually parking their cars illegally, so ambulances and fire trucks can't get through. God forbid those causing the problem take any actual responsibility.
You allow the people to do what they want to do. So when you allow people to do as they please, this is what you get.
This is what you get when a bunch of people, through generations, import and replicate the conditions of where they originally came from. Elect people who allow society to degrade to the level where they came from, then act all surprised when the
Pretty one for Wilson in the small.
I don't think that fold's necessarily ever an option here, given the stack depth. He's in between just call Jack 10 suited or find a 3-bet. And boy, another time to wake up for the big blind. Look at Big Uni. Ace Queen.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I am thinking what you're thinking, Ali. Let's head north.
350.
Yeah.
3.5. The declaration. The fours melt away with no hesitation. I suspect the Jack 10 is soon to follow. Yeah. Nice activation there.
Who said I'm only going to let Brock hold that chip lead for one hand? I mean, I have a premium hand right there.
Verified.
Ace 5 off. That's not a premium hand. I had a premium hand.
Premium ranking.
How many hands am I going?
2015.
Did you say something about sports betting earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this man loves it. Any sport, by the way.
Anybody that does bet sports also hates it.
Listen, I was watching the Paralympic curling this morning. Tony had wagers on it. Could be wrong, though.
Hang on a second, just real quick. Did you say Paralympic curling?
Believe so.
This is, you know what? I'm going to leave this one alone. Right? You know, I know myself well enough to know I'm going to leave this one alone.
You don't want to take that one any further?
Not going to leave this alone. Is Wilson, though, needles ready to lethally inject the 65K open from Seward, whose ace queen is not going to be performing nearly as well as Uni's did with that 3-bet and take spot moments ago.
Heavens.
Once again, the third floor paid a visit to here, this time from the puck and in position. Ace Jack suited for Elias now.
Oh, man, look at this dynamic. Ace Jack suited is so much of a hand.
It's right there, Brent.
This could just be out the door for Big Brisket. I don't know if we can find the van. It would be remarkable. Yeah, adios.
It's a potential self-searing here for Elias as he sizzles 700,000 out there and is rated to be grilled.
Well, stick a fork in him.
Okay. You know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Club draw there. Broadway possibilities. Jack's working. Clubs.
Yeah. Always what, a ton of clubs? Potential. Pretty much always.
Yeah. At least it's 10. We got it. He finds a ray of hope here in the form of a jack. Not unlike the doctor moments before him, he too needs a hook on the end. Not to be, however. And Darren Elias, one of the tougher opponents you'll ever find at a final table, cleared of this 10K event 6. Before being issued $52,500, but just like that, we're down to 4 on the same sort of pace we were on yesterday
In event number 5, Shannon Shore now, the lonesome shorty, 27 bigs, more than enough off of which to operate for him. 70 entries in this one, by the way. Hadn't mentioned it to this point. One more than in event number 5, which was also a 10K.
Now, Brock Wilson, he won event number 4 here at the Poker Go Cup. Okay. It would mean so much to him, his career, and he's on record. He was talking to our crew before this broadcast began. It would mean everything to him to bring home a major title, something that is very much on his bucket list at poker. And he believes if he wins this event, it's over. The cup is his. It is secure. He's playing for everything, Ali.
So some subtext there to his presence. Footnote on Elias's departure, by the way, he will not be picking up his 5th PGT title. But that will be 43 PGT caches, I believe, perhaps 42 if it's inclusive, the number that I'm looking at here for Elias. One-time lifeguard drowned by the ace-jack suit. Meanwhile, Wilson, queen 9, going to work. Takers.
Three more.
3.5 million plus in front of him. And while he and the pros are battling here in Vegas, you can battle online. The Poker Go Cup is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. You don't want to miss it. Play the Poker Go Cup online at globalpoker.com and bring the cup home. The Cyber Cup. Not like the actual.
Are they calling it the Cyber Cup? I like
No,
that.
but I feel like it's apropos. Digital Cup.
Yeah.
Maybe Souvenir Cup.
It's not one of those NFT things, right? It's a real cup you can win.
Oh, I sure hope for the sake of anyone winning it isn't, because that NFT deal didn't go so well.
Yeah. You don't know
Who
those,
could have seen that coming?
those little plump penguins. You're not an owner?
Apes and
Right.
NBA, whatever. I own an NBA highlight. Do you?
Hey, Clyde.
Do you, though?
Can you see someone give me an Aqua Panda?
I like the digital sports cards.
You got it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That to me is different.
The
Yeah.
is in there in those streets, yeah. But that's because it's also backed up kind of by the real card.
Yeah, of course.
We'll send it to you.
You got the Paninis in there, the Fanatics, the Tops. Yeah.
You in those streets?
Well, I know a little bit about them. I dabble here and there.
Sewer dabbling with Queen Deuce offsuit, by the way. Big little offsuit combos very much have fallen into favor for candidates to try to end the affair blind versus blind in position pre-flop. Unfortunately, the King 6 of Hearts durable enough to call. However, neither player is thrilled to look up an 8-7 tray, all black.
Notice the bowling pins on the side of Seward's hat.
Yeah, was that hat not delivered yesterday to the event 5 final table?
There's a
For
slew
Big
of them
Unity?
out there.
Okay.
A number of these guys have become avid bowlers. I'm not making this up. They're out there on the lanes. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Ryan Reese, the former main event champion at the World Series of Poker, he bowled a perfect 300.
Stop.
Yes. These guys are good.
That's
Jesse,
a mythical creature for a
Jesse,
recreational bowler.
I'm telling you, Ryan Reese, Jesse Lonis, Eric Baldwin, our brethren of the booth, Nick Schulman. They are avid bowlers. They love it. Jeremy Becker's involved.
I heard,
Dan Scipio.
I heard old Shulman's out there handicapping.
Hold on, we are. Can we cut that from the air?
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a real world that exists. These guys are loving the lanes.
I don't think Nikki's going to see a Fed raid at the house on account of handicap.
I think you're right.
So he can relax.
Yeah. Safe. By the way, big unit here. Chris Unikin, he has a bowling alley in his home. I'm not. He's
Is
got
that
a
where they're
full
doing
lane. No, well, I think maybe once in a while.
Is it
shops
like
open.
home lane advantage, maybe?
That could be.
Really not racing,
Yeah.
so.
They're hitting all the lanes. You know, Red Rock. They've got a beautiful bowling alley.
South Point, right?
South Point, yeah, they're out there. On point are two kings for Brock the Brain Wilson. Not sure he can pick up a bowling ball, but he knows how to play these kings.
You know, they have the 8-pound, generally in a fluorescent color, available for those who maybe aren't, gifted in the bicep.
I didn't even have to look.
I will say, too, I'm not buying it. With the.
He can pick up a bowling
But
ball.
where I'm going is,
I just trust you.
I think this fella has got a little Spider-Man thing going on.
What's that?
He just looks like, Brock the Brain. I'm a poker player, finance, Fordham University. At night, he's out there saving the city.
Jack 6-0.
Never see it coming.
Not going to be a qualifier.
Not the time
Little
of the
Clark
for
Kent going on.
My range is unbounded.
I think I'm betting double on that.
Not in the world, no.
and not anything actually to do with Brock. Just
Always
in
the
general,
unassuming ones that
the
are
notion that you have a superhero saving the city.
the Avengers.
If he was going to save the city, he could start behind the stratosphere. There's some people that need saving out there, or at least general dentistry.
Do I have folds?
Out of pair.
Wow. Good timing, man.
7-3 off doesn't make the cut for Brock. Well, here he is, the man with 2 bowling alleys in his house and 5 career 7-figure years. How about it? 100K high roller champ. A couple years back at the series, 7-time online Triple Crown winner and $17 million plus in career tournament earnings. Big reason why he's wearing that big smile. Fun guy to play poker with, unless of course he's got his sights set on your stack. But generally affable, well liked in the community. For that matter, all these guys. Seward, the newcomer, of course, but I would imagine rolling with the veterans of the PGT.
Yeah, he blends in, but he's just a dude. He's 25, you gotta earn your stripes. Big Uni's up there. He's over the hill, 41 years young.
If he ever hits some kind of brutal downswing, you could probably build your roll up being a blood boy. That's a thing now. Just head up to Silicon Valley and get one of these tech dudes to pay you for plasma.
I was thinking you were gonna consider the power slap sport.
No, that's a good way for CTE to pay you an early visit. I prefer not to eat all my meals.
Is there a
through
difference
straw.
between a CPA and a CTE?
Yeah, Brent, there is.
So they both just made money.
Difference between this ace-5 of spades and the queen-jack of spades here, sure. Activating, knows that sights are squarely set on him to make the next move, and he's chosen this one with which to do it.
This is painful. Queen-jack suited. It's such a pretty hand. You want to play it so badly, and to have to throw it to the bin, it hurts.
Wouldn't hurt as much as doubling Shannon up, though, and Chris knows it, so away it goes.
These glasses really are hitting me.
There you go.
Sure.
Unlikely to have been part of the camping kit when he summited Kilimanjaro. I suspect that Burberry doesn't really fit the mold for such things.
Shore does go to a number of music festivals as well, or at least he did maybe in the pre-kid era.
Now, that obviously is where you could potentially find these lenses
Might
more
need
at
to
home.
Consider a new prescription.
Yes.
Read this ad incorrectly. Ace-4 suited could be trouble for Shannon Shore.
The solvers love it, man. It's bait.
All in.
Yeah, he does declare all in, and we kind of saw it coming. The ace-10 offsuit will shrivel with more ease than Shore will jam. So we're going to give it a brief think here, but I don't.
No, we are not considering the ace-10. I can't imagine.
Well, listen, if he thinks that Big Uni is just throwing his weight around on the button with a big stack, and he doesn't need to be concerned about a call behind him, that could potentially be some calculus, but he'll be thrilled that he bowed out of the way and didn't do anything silly.
Jose's
on
been
this
known to
occasion.
spread diamonds historically.
Diamonds were hot yesterday.
So Shannon
Stats
Short
on him have him at like 2x the average deal.
all in and at risk. As his side could turn crimson in a hurry.
Oh boy, there's one.
Oh my God. Nut flush draw. And suddenly he's got 12 outs and 45% equity after being dominated pre-flop. Sketchy spot.
25 total for the
Shannon giving him the count early, and the optimism is for good reason. He finds the double. Jack of diamonds, no less, that gave Uni Broadway.
Jose the dealer certainly knows how to spread those diamonds. Shannon Short called a shot. Game on.
This could be like record night.
It's pretty nuts.
You guys all the same stuff.
25. Not sure if you caught that comment from Brock Wilson, but yeah, all these stacks so similar. Glad I keep those nerdy stats. Shortest 43 bigs. Shannon Short and Big Unit both have right around 1.7 million. Seward at 1.8 million. Brock Wilson, the chip leader. Yeah, this might be a long night, Ollie. Settle in.
Plenty of bigs swirling around the table right now.
A lot of walk for Wilson, who had 2 10s.
So that's when they hold.
It's a little annoying.
Yeah. I wouldn't know what that's like.
Wilson, 12.5 million in career tournament earnings. His girlfriend Cherish plays poker as well, right?
She sure does, yeah. Very tough players. In fact, I saw her out in the field today in event number 7. You guys can check on the live reporting. Head on over to our partners, being Poker News. Bring you up to date. What's happening in event number 7, currently running inside the Poker Ghost studio.
I would guess after this.
Let's pop. Wilson and Uni. Top pair for Brock. Got shot for Chris. We'll check in front of him. Bait taken here. 40K. From Unikin. Not acting with any haste. Brings forward the call. I like that, by the way, being measured to an extent so as to remain balanced with respect to your hand ranges, regardless of if you flop the nuts or
You're talking about the
peeling.
speed
Yeah.
as to which he
I like
made that
measured
call.
pace. Yeah. Trip jacks now after the check back on the turn. What is nothing more than the 8 high it always was.
for big unit. I don't know if really Brock is considering raise in this spot.
I mean, you got to give him credit though for coaxing this 200 off of Chris instead of feeling as though he's got to make the bet happen himself.
He just won the max.
You win.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hell I was trying to represent.
Rich getting richer as Brock hauls in that one from the one-time chip leader. And this was everybody walking into the studio earlier today. Dr. Jack and Darren Elias already been dispatched. Shannon Shore faded dispatch with that ace-4 diamonds against ace-king moments ago. And the chip leader has fallen. Seward and Wilson bring it home.
Very uplifting music there with that package, wasn't it? It's quite nice.
Yeah, I confess I'm not currently in my Shazam app trying to secure the artist.
I just feel better now after hearing.
Well, you know what? That's lovely, John. I'm very happy.
That's
great. I feel pretty much the same. Big Uni, not feeling as good as he did at the onset of the day. His stack having dwindled to under 1.5 million, but he is going to take aim at Wilson's button open here. Third scoop application, an extra 200K frosted onto the ace-9 off. And that'll get the job done. Nice activation there from Chris, as he's still got plenty of fight in him.
I think that fold. I guess I'm not surprised as far as Wilson's decision to just throw ace-9 into the muck, but I kind of think maybe we mix in the old 4-bet from time to time. We leverage the chip lead. You put your opponent in an all-in or just out scenario. Obviously, it's so easy for us to discuss this. We see these whole cards.
I was.
But I think Wilson considered it.
So I almost used one there.
Well, yeah, you have way less than.
Nines now, for sure. Fresh off the double.
Shannon's got a
In
book.
the small. Let's see how he chooses to approach Seward.
Considered if you were fucking around, but
Going to do his own bidding here. 10-5 suited for Nick. Slips the extra 100 in there. Wants to see this flop in position. 320 in the middle. King, 8, deuce. Just one spade. For that matter, one overcard to these nines. Beatty brought forward as a follow-through.
Is this sizing now entice Seward to want to continue? This is very small. These down bets have become quite a part of today's game. And look at this. Yeah, Seward isn't quite done with the hand being laid that price.
Second 8 and second heart rolling off on the turn after the peel. Not what Seward had in mind, of course.
It's also not what Shore had in mind. You're concerned about the king, but now you are also a bit concerned about the 8.
Hence the check.
Does Seward want to try and tell some sort of story that he does have an 8? We've got no pair, no draw.
$240K out of Seward here. exactly half pot.
Sure knows that this can absolutely be an airball, a bluff, right? That was what was designed by that down bet sizing, starting with 80K on the flop, and that's why he is not throwing these nines away.
Could also be a semi-bluff, of course, with some sort of hard draw. Second king now shows up on the river. And Shannon's going to be in bluff catch mode here.
It sure is. We know what Shannon's going to do, I think. Of course, checking seems reasonable, and most likely there it is. But now does Seward decide to pull the trigger? Does he try to rep what could very well be an 8 or a king? Can we target hands like nines, even ace-high type holders, 2 jacks? Will those hands ever fold?
He knows he's got virtually 0 showdown value, and when that's the case, we tend to see the effort.
That being said, I suppose we might have showdown value against 2 7s, 2 6s. There is the knuckle.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think Nick will be pleased with his choice in the end. Maybe all in. Makes a leader out of Shannon. They were similar stacked up just north of 1 SPR, but we'll never know. What we do know is if you want to level up your tournament game before the summer grind, then Octopi Poker is where you need to head. Their 12-week MTT study program is available now. Access to the GTO trainer, the SIP library, the vault tailored challenges, and weekly coaching with Matt Hunt, all for just $90. Don't wait. Head to octopipoker.ai/pricing to sign up and get to work. No course needed for Seward. Knows what to do with King Jack in the small blind, and of course, a lot of that is don't run into King Queen, which is precisely what he's unfortunately done here against Wilson. And you can kind of level yourself a bit when you play pots against the chip leader, Brett, because you always question whether or not they're just throwing weight around or whether or not they've got a real hand. And here he is with top 2 out flopping Brock.
Wow. This will be, what, by the looks of it, a bit of a disaster for Wilson, but it could have been significantly worse had he chosen to raise pre-flop with King Queen.
Listen, Wilson's got that very relevant Queen of Diamonds, Daniel. 40K bet in front of him, 1/3 pot. Oh my goodness.
What?
Queen of Hearts on the turn as Wilson wrestles the lead away from Seward.
That's so under wraps. Is Wilson can flip the script on what I said a moment ago. It's very difficult now to just give Wilson a hand like King Queen. As played, blind versus blind, this was a checked pot pre.
Yeah, and then you kind of remove the ace-10s. You remove sets. Obviously, you block kings and jacks. You're kind of thinking Wilson's out here peeling with the 6 a bit. Maybe there's some diamonds.
And all that being said, Wilson wondering, well, this seems like value. What is he barreling with once more? Obviously, we're ahead of King Jack, King 6. But are we also concerned about a hand like 9-10? Even ace-10 that you pointed out. I think Seward is limping all of those holdings out of the small blind.
Now the front door flush arrives as well as you see the cautious procedures once more out of Wilson. Check home the trick jacks against Big Uni. And he was out of position blind versus blind not that long story here.
That jack of diamonds that Seward possesses can really get him in trouble. You're able to eliminate Jack X of diamonds being possessed by Brock Wilson.
120.
So you know it wasn't the pair in the flush draw that he was calling with. Look at the sizing. It's awfully small from Seward. Is Wilson concerned? Is he thinking maybe I can raise and get called by worse?
Well, the Queen of Diamonds holds importance not just insofar as it gives him kings and queens, but also blocks the second nut flush from being produced.
King of Hearts, also, by the way, a key card. You know that Seward can't have King X of Hearts to barrel flop and turn. You block that. I think he is considering value. Can we put in a raise here?
I think he can. I think that the suited ace X of diamonds makes noise pre-flop more often than not. Brent. And maybe the straights are supposed to be a little bit more in line once the front door flush arrives. So up we go to 500,000. Yeah. Awkward year.
It is
for
awkward.
Seward now.
It's very awkward. I think this key card, though, the Jack of Diamonds, can help him. Might be too much of a hand, though. I don't know if we can fold. There's the call.
That is a nasty vista for Seward.
That's a really nasty cooler, as played. It truly is.
And it's one that sends Brock Wilson up to $4.5 million. What feels like just a few orbits removed from him coming in second in chips with 2.2. There it is officially on the Global Poker leaderboard. One-time chip leader Chris Unican now in third. And Seward needs a lifeline here. $525,000 in the aftermath of that exchange. Good for just about 13 bigs. Boy, that has been a stack with a gravitational pull around it.
That's critical separation for Wilson. He now has a hair more than 50% of the chips in play.
Red nines. Flatting the small here in the face of Shore's aggression. Queen Jack will be happy to close the action. We've got a rare three-way out here. Seward sitting this one out, hoping for someone's demise. Middle set versus an open-ender. Those the hands of note here. Gut shot, wrong end of it, for sure. And, of course, the ace of spades working. Let's see how this plays out.
Again, Brock Wilson just, I would dare say under wrap, just flatting two nines out of the small blind as being the chip leader. And this line, look at this. He's leading with a set.
It's the texture, right? There's so many different combos that can stay invested. And he wants to make sure nothing free comes off on the turn.
It's a lovely price for big unit. Okay, call. Sure, that ace of spades is a lovely card to have. Just wondering, even if I call and hit the offsuit ace, can I just be dead? And the answer is yes, as we can see that Big Uni has Queen Jack.
I like that fold. It really does feel like at least one of these two guys is going to have a jack, and we're not really going to be able to get much value with our hand. Now here on the turn, down to heads up, top pair acquired for Uni.
A top pair, but also a big problem.
Facts.
Just can't fold, right? I don't know what Wilson is going to bet. Maybe he gets cute and knuckles Now there it is. This is a problem for Big Uni. Really can't do anything but just call. At least I don't think. You got diamonds and spades working. You're facing two streets of aggression. Brock Wilson led the flop and bets again here on the turn. See if he can get lucky and make a straight. Nobody home. Set of nines, winner. And how much now does Wilson want to charge? Let that big brain go to work, Mr. Wilson. He wants to target exactly this. Queen Jack.
$9.90 up for grabs. Playing just north of 1 SPR effective. With Chris sitting on 1.1. Really delightful river card that changes nothing at all. Multiple time banks being used. You got to be careful. You're not going to get them replenished at any point.
Just really selling it. Table talk earlier about how few time banks he had compared to others.
So much misses here, by the way.
Yeah.
A blank 8, spades, diamonds, the latter of which Chris unblocks. He does ask for the count here. 725.
So hard for Big Uni to put him out of hand. Thinking, buddy, did you really lead with a set? That flop turn and now river? It feels like value.
Does Queen of Spades, Jack of Clubs make it harder or easier for Chris to make this call?
Honestly, it should make it a little bit more difficult for him to make the call. You've got the Queen of Spades in your hand, and it looks like your hand is on your forehead as played. Question becomes, is Brock Wilson really that sick to play a hand so conservative? And is he that sick to actually run a bluff in this spot? And if it is a bluff, what are his bluffs, Ali? And I have a hard time finding them. We really barrel off with the nut flush draw.
That's the question. Swirling around the mind of that man right there, who came in as the chip leader. $2.5 million in front of him, and now risks losing $725K of his remaining 1.6 for a live read.
I don't want any extra, right?
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, we beat backdoor missed diamonds. We unblock those type of holdings when we do have this Queen Jack combo. That's all you're hoping that you can beat if you call. Other than that,
that's just right.
You heard him say, I have a card that's really bad for
It
this.
is,
By
yeah.
this, he means the hero call. Perplexed. It looks like he really wants to fold this hand.
he hates folding. That's the concern. You know, when you've got top pair. You're also blocking the nuts when you've got Queen Jack. His logic just prevails. That's a good laydown for Big Uni.
Classy.
I think he's going to rewatch this and think, yeah, all right, the guy just kind of played it straightforward. He doesn't have any bluffs there.
I wouldn't say none.
Not none, but not often. Put it that way, as far as frequency is concerned.
Credit given where credit was due, and chips given as well as Wilson breaches the 5 million chip threshold, and it has been a god candle for his chip graph. 70K already locked up, 24-5 being jockeyed for between the remainder of the field. All eyes on Nick Seward. You'll get to see. So,
I think I made the right decision. Yeah, I just don't know.
Six of hearts limping in and flopping a pair and a flush draw after the ace deuce check back. An interesting texture here for sure. Okay. Chris is hoping it's going to stab at this one in position.
Yeah, stranglehold. What a flop.
Triple back go. Board bearing 7 is pleasant for the ace high. For that matter, not particularly complicated for Uni. Checks again. Eventful developments once more. 5 not improving either player.
40.
40K, 1/3 pot here. Uni trying to chisel. You can see ace high. Maybe thinking it's worth it here, getting 4 to 1.
Yeah. Might be the perfect amount. Just one big blind.
That is. Milk you very much, Mr. Shore. Never feels good to be on the receiving end of those.
Yeah, could have been worse.
Sure.
Just one big. Sometimes you gotta pay him the money, Ellie.
Yep.
I do that a lot.
Everyone's been doing it a lot. For Brock Wilson. That's gracious. It's time to chips flowing in a less familiar direction.
What a spot for Wilson. Said it before, and I'll say it again. He believes if he wins this event, he will bring home the Poker Go Cup.
He makes a good case.
Yes, he won event number 4. He will add 210 more points to that leaderboard total.
With only 3 events remaining.
He thinks it's over.
Well, I use a lot of time banks. Usually I don't ever.
Mathematically, he will be a massive favorite for the overall and outright title.
Definitely bluff.
Top pair here for Wilson. Seward.
They gave you a good board.
Flings his hand over.
Tell me, and I'll tell you what I think.
I think it's. Should have checked it back. Let me take a stab.
I almost opened them up and then I realized that. Yeah. Maybe you get something weird.
No. John's coming in with a wide open. What's that? You're coming in with a wide open. Boom.
Suited jack now in the small for Seward. Decides to jam, and Wilson wakes up with one. His 10 of clubs.
Doesn't even need to look. Didn't even look at the second card. That was real low, real slut. Yeah.
Lack thereof.
Sorry, yeah. You deserve this.
I'm not sure about that. Did have 10-5 off, Luke, so if you can flop a jack on him, you got him in bad shape.
I don't know who's rooting harder for me, them or me.
I just don't want to be dead.
That's
One
fair.
heart
5 of hearts.
on the board.
Wow, not that greedy.
No.
27% is a good bit of life.
I don't want the turn to be
It's fun.
Pulse grows fainter on the turn, and jacks and deuces are the only escape hatches available for Seward. And it's not to be.
Yeah, it is.
So the ace-10 holds, but Nick Seward does not.
Seward's Folly. 4th place, 70,000 for the young gun.
Yeah.
He'll be back though. You know, I don't feel that bad. He'll be all right.
I'm not worried about him. 70 grand in the back pocket,
Yeah.
plus another helping of respect from his peers here.
And then we
Makes
don't
a
break.
healthy showing. 24-5 picked up in pay ladder by the rest of the field. Nobody happier about that.
I would
Chris
prefer
Unigan
like
is
2 minutes.
short stack.
2 minutes.
Next ladder will be $42,000. There it is officially. The leaderboard on the back end of Nick Seward's elimination. $5.6 million now in front of Brock. I mean, who's going to stop this man?
I don't know, but that's 65% of the chips. So he is cruising at the moment to victory. But we've seen it time and time again. It is just never easy.
You don't want me to like. I should pee really quickly.
I'll let you pee.
Thank you for that.
But no, I don't. I want you to have to pee and not be able to think straight. So you can't bluff me on the river again for 750,000 chips.
You know,
Get to see, buddy.
good to think straight, but also be straight. Yeah, yeah, and which, by the way, appears to be a challenge. Anytime I visit a local urinal,
380.
there's some people that have some issues with aim.
Swing and a miss.
I don't know that there was even a swing involved, just a stone miss. Meanwhile, Wilson potential misstep here as he 3-bets it to 380,000 with ace-4 offsuit. Let's see if sevens are going to make the cut for Shannon Shore.
That is a sizable 3-bet. From 90K to 380 for Wilson. What does Shore want to do with these sevens? Is it just all of it? Or can we play call? Very uncomfortable. I believe that's exactly what Wilson is designed. Forces this all in from Shore.
I have enough hand there. Those have been difficult tokens to acquire on the day. Shannon Shore doing just that. And welcome back for continuing coverage of this event number 6 final table out of the 2026 Poker Go Cup. Field is repaired in half.
Not much doing because of this fella Brock Wilson, the brain, dismantling this final table thus far.
I'm gonna go with the buzzsaw. Ooh. Brock Buzzsaw Wilson. Meanwhile, Chris Nine High Unikin, like a boss, if you will, making it 150. Once again, it's an ace-4 for sure. Different circumstances. He's just gonna flat. Finds a single diamond on a jack-high board as Uni finds middle pair. Follow through is 85. It is small enough to keep this ace-4 of diamonds intact. Another 170 into the middle. See if any backdoor equity is acquired. It is not. At least not for sure. Uni does find a gutter.
Could be a troubling 4, for sure. Not sure if Big Uni is going to go for value with this 8. Let's see. No.
8?
No harm, no foul.
That'll do it.
Civil.
Shore's check back brings us to showdown, but not bring his chips back home.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I'm gonna sideball over just because.
I think they're saying the brain has too many chips.
I don't think he shares that opinion.
It's starting to weigh down the table right there in the center.
I think we have the proper engineering to support that stack. I think we're going to be all right. You know,
I have concerns.
Don't. Right? I think we're going to be fine. Oh. Sure suited queen. Bend here. 10-7 off for Wilson. See if he has defense on his mind here at the 25-50 level. That he does. Jack 9-5 board gutter in both camps. Advantage Uni. 2 quick knuckles bringing us to a turn, which is a 10 of hearts, giving Uni the queen eye straight, giving Brock a pair. Note the redraw to the flush, but that 8 of hearts.
I'm all in. Hang on.
Being mulled over here by Brock. Does make the call.
It'll work. Yes. Oh.
4 of diamonds is dry.
Yeah, is there any way to release on this river? This is going to be a really tough one for Wilson. How much, Mr. Uni?
$375 is your answer.
This is tough. Into the tank we go. Remember, it does not have very many of these time extensions. You see that little nub of a stack on the right of your screen underneath the pop bar. I believe 2, maybe 3 remain. He's 10 seconds away from losing 1. He is going to have to use 1.
You know, Wilson rates to find himself heads up at some point in this match, and those things are going to be precious when you're playing for the biggest pay differential and this title in not just event number 6, but perhaps the overall Poker Go Cup here in 2026.
You're right. He's working on possibly having to use another one. Is this the right spot? There's the payoff.
Really cool. All right.
Did feel to me a little bit, Brent, like Brock would have enjoyed having some more time to mull that over. It was kind of a hasty vibe.
I'll tell you what, though. Fortunately for you and I, the crew in the back, and the viewers at home, didn't have any more time. You know, let's move it along.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couple left, though. Pressure, no doubt, being applied.
Well, that's going to go a long ways to narrowing the gap between Chris and Brock, who still, of course, has the overwhelming chip lead. But now Chris finds himself neck and neck with Shannon Shore as he wants to maintain contact with Shore for second in chips. If you slip down into kind of Shortyville all by your lonesome, you could see the middle stack really check out of getting involved until your fate comes into focus, trying to snatch that current $42,000 pay differential without so much as playing a hand, potentially.
Did you mutter the phrase, slip down to Shortyville?
I believe I did.
I know you've done that many times in your life.
You know, I'm not going to comment. I was simply referring to someone's chip stack.
When's the last time you slipped down to Shortyville, Ollie?
You know, I don't know, Brent. You know, I just wanted to come
I
to
know
work
you're
today.
a frequent flyer up in the sky, but I believe Shortyville has been visited many times.
Well, listen, it's time for you guys to pay a visit to Play Poker Go, where you can grind ring games and run deep in tournaments all for free. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks. Just pure, authentic online poker with special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android.
Well, Shorty on screen there, too. Play Poker Go.
You got a weird thing with that anime deal.
It's my favorite graphic.
Yep. You want to take her to Shortyville?
Play Poker Go. Any device, anytime, no bots, no gimmicks. Let's do the ad again, shall we? Right here in the middle of the show.
We shall.
It's going to make the air.
You know.
This is how we really add another layer of depth as we see a little collision on our hands.
Flush draw versus top pair here. This was 100 to skate out of Wilson pre. Shore's defense yields fruit. Of course, that fruit is not complete as he's on the hunt for a spade and facing follow through of 75K.
Always love watching these guys navigate. Yeah, gonna mix in, I believe, the check raise with the 8 high flush draw. You see realms in which you just play call, but also need to apply the check raise depending on the sort of flush draw that you possess, the different dynamics at play. And Shore just knows I can get a lot of folds on this type of texture. start to now easily put together the range. Okay, well, maybe I'm up against top pair. We have outs.
That's not one of them.
It's not, although you start to wonder if you're Mr. Wilson, was the 3X of spades a part of that check raising kit?
I mean, that story is available for telling here, for sure.
And if he does barrel, then his plan is to barrel it off. Empty to clip. Does he want to pull the trigger on the turn? Oh boy.
205K. This is a rather downsized turn barrel, and it cuts a couple of ways, right, Brent? Obviously, the price is nice for Wilson to continue, but at the same time, you begin to ask yourself, well, why is it that he's sized down as much as he has? Am I in trouble here?
He's just telling a perfect story. If I had the 3 of spades in my hand, accompanied by that flush draw, I would want my opponents in. And look at this defensive play by Wilson. So, you know what, buddy? Let me see if you really have that.
I didn't see this in the crystal ball at all, and it speaks very much to Brock Wilson's aptitude here, recognizing that he can take a cheap shot here on the turn.
This is filthy. Expect the unexpected from these great minds. Tremendous skill set on display. I mean, Shore's thinking some dirty, devious thoughts. Says, I have all of the 3X. I don't think you can have that, Brock.
But he also knows that it's not lost on Brock that reality exists, and yet here he is still making the play.
Oh, and he hits it.
4 of spades, bingo, bango. After that 345 was called.
He hits it. Shannon, unless he leads, I don't think is going to get another chip. If he checks, I don't see Brock Wilson betting this queen unless he's trying to suggest he's got a house. I would love to see Shannon Shore just find the lead on the river. He's thinking about it.
Does not. And I think Wilson's going to be pretty happy to just check back and hope. He'll be pleased to see that he was right when he made the decision on the turn, of course, but then the displeasure comes as he has shown
I'm going to do
the best hand.
I know we lost the pot for Brock Wilson, but I think he lost the minimum.
Yeah, he kind of, if he just flats the turn and then faces something else on the river, it's going to be more than the 345K he spent to pump it up.
You're right.
Playing the suited cards today, I'll tell you that much. It's great.
Well, Shannon can exhale as he has
Also
the
got
biggest.
Stella's historical spade stats, so
He's got the biggest L.
I'm pretty sure one was coming off.
Hung on Brock on the day. On his resume now.
A pretty big pot.
Deuce and 9-7 squaring off all club board here. Shore's flopped a flush as the deck runs rich in his corner. Wilson with a gutter and the 7 of clubs. Unlikely to lose interest. Was limped pre. Check post and the ace of clubs on the turn. Now giving Wilson the best hand. Two checks in front of him. Let's see how much pride Wilson is going to place in his holding. 150 comes 1/3 pot.
I don't think we can fold if we're Shannon short. Got one club, let alone two. Just hoping to call and get the showdown and be good. I'm curious if Brock Wilson tries to eke out. The board does pair, but does he ever try to eke out anything else with just the 7 of clubs? Can we target worse? These guys are so good at finding all the thinnest of values. And it looks like I thought he was about to knuckle, but he's back to thinking about betting.
175.
Wow, he does go for it.
And by the way, it's fairly meaty in the 2.5.
Frustrating for sure now. Like, oh man, come on, flopped a flush, and now I don't think I'm any good.
We pay it off and give Wilson a rebate. Yes, he will. Missed opportunity there for sure. But what a maybe picked up a few chips. Put a red 8 on the turn.
Yeah, but what a tremendous value bet on the Ripper with just that 7 of clubs. I mean, that was picture perfect by this big brain.
That's the kind of stuff that we've come to expect from the man who doesn't just play the game, he coaches as well. Over at pokercoaching.com, Jonathan Little's outfit, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's still the owner.
$12.5 million in career tournament winnings at just 31 years of age. Academic all-star on the dean's list. A degree in mathematics and finance. That's a pretty lethal 1-2 punch in terms of field of study. I mean, to bring over to poker.
Dean's list, mathematics, finance. This kid could be working anywhere in the world that he likes.
Well,
he chose and felt.
He's working the wrong side of the street here with a couple of 8s against 2 queens. A spoonful of medicine on tap here. $400. 3-bet to 400. We've seen a lot of caution out of Brock. I don't anticipate that he's going to suddenly decide to get frisky with these snowmen.
You nailed that one. 40 big blinds is effectively what the big unit started with. It seems like too many chips to just get in the middle.
Brock agrees. That's the flat. One pesky overcard, which happens to be the one that gives big unit top set, which he's staring at. Quick check along with the flow of play.
I'd love to see a small bet on a big unit. I don't think that Brock Wilson can get away from these 2 8s. And look at this. Rate sizing, 225. These 8s are a little too strong to want to give up on right here, right now. I think this bet must get paid and see what develops on the turn. Yeah, here we go. 1.3 million now in the middle, and this guy's got top set.
And he's got the 8 strong dead now, as no flush draw was acquired.
This is not a friendly card for Brock Wilson. You still feel like maybe these 8s are good. How does Huni want to continue to go to work with top set of queens? 400.
There's your answer. 400 into 1.3. Boy,
This is critical for Wilson. He's got to be able to find the fold here. It's so hard to do. Look at the price. Find the instincts, find that intuition. Ignore the math. Ignore the theory. Can he find it? He can't. Oh.
Well, that's not to say that he's going to pay it off on the end here. Let's see how the board continues to develop. Backdoor diamonds, 4 to a straight out there.
4 to a straight. Flush comes home. I mean, if you're Big Huni, you're a little bit worried. Did Brock get there? Did he backdoor me somehow?
Well, he's not going to put any pressure on you. As you see the check, in spite of holding a diamond.
Start to wonder, though, if we bet, what are we targeting? What can ever call us? You know, with 8s, 9s, 10s, still come along for the ride? I don't know. Probably not.
Maybe if we size down enough. But even then, you just kind of remove all the bluffs from someone's range on the end.
He's going to go for it.
The SPR, sub 0.5.
You certainly can't fault him, and Wilson is obviously considering call. We beat the ace, king, ace, jack type holdings, hands that decided to barrel it off. In the event that Huni had a hand like ace 10 with the ace of diamonds. This is outstanding by the big unit, and that's what makes this such a brutal and agonizing decision for Wilson. Ali, he's only got 1, maybe 2 time extensions left as well. Oh, man.
Ooh. He did make a meal of it.
Oh, wow. I'm sure the camera sees that one.
Well, all of a sudden, what felt like a one-horse race and just a breakaway road to victory for Brock Wilson has given way to a totally different and shifted landscape where he and Big Unit are neck and neck, separated by 25K, let's call it. Brock's saying it's a 3-way tie, just given Shore isn't far behind.
Anything can happen. The trials and tribulations of tournament poker. Brock Wilson barely hanging on to that chip lead, but it is wide open.
Well, disappointed perhaps, just given what felt like such a golden opportunity but a few hands ago, but far from in a situation where he's going to see himself unravel is Brock Wilson. So much poise, so much experience. Same could be said, by the way, for the opposition. Don't expect any of these 3 to put a foot wrong at any point. The deck does feel like it's going to have quite a bit to do with the outcome here this afternoon.
Very big hands. 3-way, but they are all so deep effectively that Sure and just remain a little under rep for ace-10 suited.
So dominated, he flats and doesn't find a club or a pair on the flop. Wilson has the ace of hearts working. 2 overcards to this jack-high board.
Can't help but hear and notice a little bit of little volume Out there in event number 7, something happening in the field. Perhaps there's some reporting. Poker news. Lively atmosphere. It is nice to hear the commotion, isn't it? All the tournaments, all these players. Majority of these guys are in fact dead inside.
That's unfair. As life breathed into this pot, on the flop, 150K ahead, taking us to this turn. Well, all of a sudden, sure, that's a gut shot. Turn goes checking. The 10 rolls right off to hit Shore's side card. Ace, of course, we know wouldn't have been any good. 4 on board, and 8 X's there. And Queen has arrived as well.
But now, like when he's calling and flush hits, everything changed a lot, and we're gonna check that, bro. And like my bite was low frequently then. Good luck, Dennis. Thank you. I get a bad this time as well. So I would check with high frequency this time still. Check race. Alright. We can call. Interesting card. Completes a straight, one jeu, and bought chance, then is La Victoria. Merci beaucoup. Yeah, my French is not so good, sorry. I started learning it like a few months ago, but now I'm just stuck with all my stuff, so I'm missing French actually. Very good language, I love it very much. I don't have much time on it, unfortunately. Right now, maybe later. C'est difficile. No, I have 2 tables more after this. So I have 3 tables. And my buying wins. I spent 12,000 on my tourneys, and I had 2,500, 1K Wonder Box, and 777 lucky sevens. I know Jinx. I heard that he's Korean, but I don't know, man. I heard that from Chad. Five. What the heck? What the heck, bro? Why? Как они раз на компьютер без понятия. Kalau kita push ko naša da bi konfiguracija na kampenu. Якась. Стабильно. Нравится. This is 777. And you have 7 people. Alright. We got this. Oh, what a bloody turn, bro. What a bloody river, bro. What the fuck? That's sick. That went nowhere there. Yeah, but that's Insane's fault. Like, he has, like, got shot in the flush draw, and that guy had 2 pairs. Good luck. I lost one heads up against Jinx already when I had the. That was 2100. Maybe we can win this one. 1, 2, 3. Ace Queen, I got a 3-bot. Raise. It could be win, but I think raise it is just like much better. Mostly big sizing. Check. Call. Sometimes bad. Three body here, small blind versus cutoff, a check, and he calls. paid. I think I just bought. I was thinking maybe I'm checking, but no, we don't have value there on the river, so we just check call anyway. We can check call that for sure. Oh wait. That's a good spot for us because they called 9-8, so we extract a lot of value there. Magnifique, mon ami. I think 9-8 always fold on turn. But maybe I'm wrong. I could jam a jack there as well, but if he's calling 9-8, I'm happy. How much to enter this game? $2,500. Exactly this tournament. But Jinx, I think, spun like at least 7,500, maybe more. I saw he made like 2 re-entries. Any chance you will go to Vancouver? No, bro. I'm living in Vancouver, like suburbs of Vancouver. That's too far away from me. Another part of Canada. Too far away. And I'm not a huge fan of real poker, honestly. I play sometimes in Calgary. Let's bet this shit. Without 3 of spy, probably I would check much more often. Plus, can bet or check. Let's say like bet less sorting. Still can bet sometimes. Check. Blah, 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 blah. Whoa, check. Hey, second, bro. King high. Yeah, man. Yeah, just insta-fold. Like, if I bought there on the river, there is no chance. I mean, there is no bluffs. That's what I'm trying to say. Again, classic again, Jinx. Yeah, that's the classic, bro. I can check on that. So let's say 40, less 40. But it isn't bad. Check, check. He's playing probably another tables, and like sometimes he spends so much time on decisions. Check call. So yeah, I would have much more on 8x in my range than he has, so we're going for over, but he could bluff a lot of 8x on the turn, right? After bet for he bluff turn. It is limp jam even versus smaller sizing, but we have like extra 0.5 bigs there. Oh. Um, call. Ooh, bloody turn. This is check call. That's very interesting. I'm block betting so much, but this is a check call. This is 1K Wonder Box. I have 17 big, 77 people in the game, 36 in the money, and I jam ace 3 suited versus 7 and 9 bigs. Ooh, seventh. Oh, ace. On the space. could buy something higher, like for example with Jack would eat, I would buy it, but salmon I don't like that. Because like salmon comes from that side of the range. You're gonna raise those hands with very high frequency. Because they fold in like let's say 5-9, right? So that's a good one. Insta. Okay. Always raise this hand in 30 bigs. It could be big or small, whatever. And this is jump for value. Of course, he has some random ace 5, queen 5, but just very few combos. If he leads, I snap calling then. I'm just waiting because like this is some sort of Hollywood. Maybe you want them. I hope for snap call. That's tough. Like, I mean, any ace, probably he's calling, right? Not sure about other hands. Bigger size. Alright. Why not? I'm gonna use small sizing. So let's raise this time. I can lame, but like we have 40s. Like more chips you have, more raise you will have in your range. 3-bet. I don't think that I can 4-bet that, but definitely I'm not folding. And maybe 4-bet jam as well, by the way. I'm gonna say that. But like, you know, like I realized that against Jinx we can 4-bet a lot. More than you can expect. And especially in this dynamics what we had, just like I won in a row so many hands. And he wants to win. I feel that. I feel that he just needs that win. Like not the win of tournament, but win of big pot. Just like emotionally. Check. Small. So he's gonna attack my capped range on the river. I mean, I could consider check raise sometimes here, but like, I don't know. That was just straightforward game. I was thinking about check raising, but like decided that he's gonna play smart. But I mean, he sent he wiped that end just automatically, no problem. I could raise by the way. That I didn't think about that. I don't like that. But I have so many weak queen X here. I just call. I think we can 3-bet with some frequency there, but I don't want to stuck with those spots now because like he's gonna be bully, I think. I'm just tanking. For everyone, I think this is a 100% call, nothing else. And now I'm tanking. I mean, he's tanking. Oh, depends like what he's doing. If he bats, how much? Okay, 4. I mean, I don't think that I'm raising like if even he bats small. So this is isopod 3.5 bigs. We're gonna call and see the turn. That's a good card for his range. He could have some Jack King, Jack Queen, Ace Jack. I would have the same, but like still. He's gonna attack that pretty wide. I think Solar would call that, but I'm gonna overfold it. I think this is a different decision on the turn, but I mean, like maybe slight plus V versus balance range. But like if I'm calling there, I have to just like understand that I'm just have to call on the river with very high frequency because I don't think that his range would be balanced somehow and he would go for bat on the river and that would be a casting time and I don't like my bluff catcher from turn to river. One more time, I think it is a call in general. Theoretically, but I'm overfolding against him. Mm. What he's gonna do? Bad big. Raise. I'm not calling. I'm not calling, bro. Where's my sound? I'm not calling. We can lose versus 7-9, but who cares about that? It is what it is if we're losing. But we're just jamming for value.
I just put
See
the
what
ball on
happens.
this.
Maybe we win, maybe we lose.
Oh, here.
Okay, that's
put the ball on
tank. How it's supposed to be, like blah 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 blah. Fast and 5, come on, come on. See? I wait for so fucking long. And I didn't call that. I check raise and he calls 10-5 there. 10 fucking 5. Let's go, bro.
Could be it right here, right here. Could be it right here. Go ace. Check. It works. Woo.
Привіт, Павло, дякую.
You find yourself completely immersed. The first stage is especially important. You engage in a new world and catch its unique flow. You must discard your own self-doubts regarding your strengths and abilities, and you will obsess over the fear of the unknown. Observe and analyze, act rationally and without emotion. Feel how everything obeys you. And now, this is your world. Cherish your time in it. GG. Have a good game.
Okie dokie, boys and girls. What do we have? 27 bigs over stack 40 here,
Go.
56 in the game, 36 in the money. This is Wonderbox Mystery Bounty. 1k buy-in, and we have heads up 2500. That's bad. He's calling king highs, but still folding some like 10-6. I'm happy about that. This one is fine. We have gut shot there. I can bet super rare. I don't
Fuck.
think that is a. I don't think
That
that
wasn't
will have
very
many
smart.
senses, but I think we can bet with super low frequency there, like once in a blue moon, like a merge. Even merge. He's not folding by the range, but like he's folding equity, of course. Call. Yeah, king high, but he hits, and that's definitely call.